to be for education about asexuality. So subscribe and hit that bell icon right now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So yes, there's a very special International Asexuality Day late night Q&A. So if you've always wanted to understand asexuality better, wanting to know how that fits into dating and relationships, this is a place to be. Just want to say, please keep the chat respectful tonight. We don't want any rude and vulgar comments. All respectful questions are welcome. If I don't get to your question straight away, please bear with me because I might be explaining something. So, without further ado, happy International Asexuality Day. Let's go. So, what is asexuality? If you're new to asexuality, it is a sexual orientation that's based on the lack of sexual attraction. So if you think about heterosexuality, that's a sexual orientation. So is pansexuality. So is homosexuality. So is bisexuality. And asexuality is a fifth sexual orientation that is not widely known about. So a lack of sexual attraction means, in terms of how I feel and what it actually means, if you want me to describe it, I don't get the innate need, urge, or want for partnered sexual intercourse. So when I look at a guy, I just don't have those feelings. I don't get the need, I don't get the urge, I don't get the want to have sex at all. Even though I get attracted to guys romantically and aesthetically and in multiple other ways, I don't actually have that innate need, desire, urge, or want within me. So this is very important. So a lack of sexual attraction, however, is not to be confused with a lack of sexual action. What does this mean? So it means that some people who are asexual and lack sexual attraction, they still are able and do have sex. I'm fully capable of having sex biologically, but I don't have any drive for it, any need for it, any want for it, any urge for it. And personally, for me these days, I'm a sex repulsed asexual. So for me personally, that means I don't get repulsed for other people who like it, want it, need it, desire it, have it, and it's consensual. But I do get repulsed for me. So if someone starts talking to me a lot about sex and their sex life, I will get repulsed by that. Even though I appreciate they might love it, because I have a repulsion, the more they talk about stuff like that, the more it makes me kind of feel sick, if you know what I mean. But I don't want to be involved in it, right? I don't need to be involved. If someone just says, yeah, I really like and enjoy sex, I'm like, okay, I don't feel that way. But if that's the way you feel about it, good for you, right? But I don't want to get involved. So I had someone messaging me who watches this channel, hello to them. And they were talking to me. I can't say what it was about because they emailed me about personal stuff, but it did get a bit sexually intense for me. And so I had to say something about my boundaries. Like, this is just getting too uncomfortable for me. It's making me feel sick. I don't usually give personal one-to-one coaching without, it being a paid for service. But if someone just, messages me and wants a little tiny bit of advice, then, sometimes I do give that. So let me just welcome people in chat. I just wanted to get that out there. I will be moving along my train of thought tonight, as well as inviting questions from you. So I'm going to be moderating the chat myself, as well as talking to you. And so this means some of the time I'll just be facing the camera, so I can't see the chat. And then other times I'll be looking in the chat. So if I don't answer your question straight away, do not get discouraged. Please, I am with you here for a while, right? I haven't got a time limit, although I'll probably need the toilet in like an hour or something. But I'm here with you, okay, in this moment right now, okay? So I will endeavour to answer as many questions as I can. So I want to just say hello to people in the chat. So, oh, right, okay. So we've got someone who is Olivia, I believe, or I think you changed. Sorry, you told me you changed your name. But anyway, sorry, I apologise. Liv, it is Liv now, isn't it? So yeah. So, and they are going under Isabel's YouTube. So I just wanted to say hello to you because I want to just touch base on this. So it says this person says they were bullied for being autistic. This person's followed me for a while, and I want to say this is never acceptable because there are actually a lot of asexuals that are autistic, right? I just have to say that not every asexual is autistic and not every person who's autistic is asexual. I have to say that because that's a big myth about asexuality, that, oh, if you're asexual, you're autistic, or if you're autistic, you're automatically asexual. I've known autistic guys that more like hypersexuals. They need sex, they want it, and they fixate on it, right? So I just want to say that, but bullying is never okay. And I have to say tonight, please keep these questions and comments respectful of each other. We're here to spread love, right? No matter what sexual orientation you are, we're not here to put people down, because I want to make sure this is a safe space. And I'm sorry to hear that you were bullied for being autistic. This is never okay. This is not acceptable, right? Everyone is different. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Everyone has flaws, right? And everyone is different. Some people are neurodivergent, and that is okay. Some people have special needs, some people have mental health difficulties, some people have physical disabilities, and some people are just horrible, and other people are kind of nice, right? We're all different people, right? There is no need for bullying at all. It's totally unacceptable. I just want to put that out there, and I'm sorry you were treated that way. You got your emotional support stuffed animal. Well, I absolutely love cuddly toys, and guess what I've got today? I've got my cake with me. I brought this especially along, so this is very appropriate that you're talking about this, right? So it's amazing the incredible effects of cuddly toys. And I think when you're asexual and you are single, for example, or even people that are not asexual, cuddly toys do bring comfort. Now, the reason I got this is because there is a joke in the asexual community that cake is better than sex. So often, for example, on asexuality.org, which is the biggest online forum for asexuals, people are in the welcome lounge and they're welcomed with a cake. You know, like people will post pictures of cakes or say, have a cake, because it's a way of gently emphasizing that you're welcome here, that we're friendly. And a lot of people think cake is better than sex. So it's kind of like an in-joke in the asexual community that makes you feel like part of it. So I bought this for myself as a self-love gift in January this year. And I think it's really cute. It sits on my bed and it says, I love every layer of you. And I purposely keep it on my bed. I have to move it around. Sometimes it falls off. But I do it because it reminds me that I love myself every single day. And when I'm moving around, I can't help but see it. I read it out to myself. When I go to sleep, I move it. I purposely put it in my way. So I'd highly recommend, if you can, is to get a cuddly toy. Liv has called hers. Her name is Oreo. Oh, sorry, you're not her. Sorry. I have to say Liv's changed. Liv no longer identifies as female. Sorry, Liv. I have to get your pronouns right. I do apologise. Because when I said her, I automatically said her to you, so I do apologise. But your cuddly toy, is called Oreo. That's really nice. Do you like Oreos then? I'm assuming the actual food Oreo. So yeah, bear with me. I have to get used to people's pronouns if they change their pronouns, right? It does take a while. I'm human and I do make mistakes. I do apologise in advance for that. So yeah, I really love this cake. I really love cuddly toys. They are very, very soothing, you know, for people who are going through trauma, upsetting times, emotional dysregulation, all this type of thing, especially if you don't have any pets, you know. And I think as asexuals, I think quite a lot of us have cuddly toys, really, even if we don't say we do. And some people have like action figures and things like that. Some asexuals do role plays and things like that as well. So, but yeah, I often find this is really comforting. It's my little cake. And I thought, as we're celebrating, it's almost like a celebration cake, isn't it? You know, because it's International Asexuality Day, the 6th of April, although it's late night, so soon be the 7th. So Liv. Yeah, sorry, Liv. Okay, your pronouns wrong. Vicky, hello. Hi to Vicky. Vicky's been posting a lot of comments, bless them, on my channel recently, so I really appreciate it. Thank you, Liv, and thank you, Vicky, for being here. And thank you to Liv's friend who's allowing them to borrow their account. I hope I got that right. My brain usually calls people her, him, or their, them. Everyone there, them. So I have a bit of a problem with my brain like that. It's like everyone's called a their, they, them, or people are called, he, she. My brain finds it hard to say like all three of them together. That's a problem I have. It's not to offend anyone. I just thought I'd say that. I try my best. Did you hear about Artemis? Don't know what that means. I'm guessing that's not. What does asexual mean? Okay, so I have already said that in the first few sentences, but I will repeat again in case you're late to the stream. So if you think of the word, so here's my asexual perspectives book. You can obviously get a copy of this on Amazon. So asexual is a plus sexual together as one word. So if you think of A standing for absence of sexual attraction, then it can remind you there's actually a lack of sexual attraction. So asexuality is a sexual orientation that's based on a lack of sexual attraction. And the people that belong to this sexual orientation of asexuality are called asexuals. But there are pure asexuals and there are grey asexuals, two categories. And within those categories, there's lots of subcategories. So a pure asexual is someone who doesn't experience any sexual attraction whatsoever. I fit into that category. I don't get the need, urge, or want for partner sexual intercourse. Doesn't matter how much I love a guy. Doesn't matter how much I kiss a guy. Doesn't matter how aesthetically attractive and gorgeous looking he is. Like, that to me is aesthetic attraction. I have romantic attraction. I can have close attraction. I can have emotional attraction. I can have intelligence attraction. I can have spiritual attraction. I still get attracted to guys because I'm hetero-romantic, meaning I'm attracted to the opposite gender. Guys, meaning I am, attracted to guys. Hetero-romantic, I'm attracted to the opposite gender. Guys, in my case. I was assigned female at birth, born female, whichever language you like to use. I like to respect all people's languages here. So basically, hetero, opposite gender guys I'm interested in. I'm not attracted to women, right? So some people automatically say, so you're a lesbian because you don't want sex with guys. It's like, no, I'm not a lesbian. Like a lesbian likes sex with women. I don't like sex with women. Women do have sex. I'm not interested in sex with women. And I'm not interested in I'm just not interested in getting sexually active with a woman at all. There's homoromantic asexuals that are romantically attracted to the same gender. So they're like gay asexuals, if you want to call them that. But some people don't like that term because they don't want sex with them. So they're not sexually attracted to them. So homoromantic asexual is someone who's romantically attracted to the same gender. It could be female to female, male to male. So I hope that makes sense. So asexuality is a lack of sexual attraction. So pure asexuals have got zero sexual attraction. Grey asexuals have usually got limited, rare, or specific circumstantial attraction, or they don't experience enough of the sexual attraction to act on it. So they only experience sexual attraction under limited, rare, or specific circumstances, or they experience it, but not enough to want to act on it. So it's not the full sexual attraction. I hope that makes sense. So lack of sexual attraction can mean two things. Has two meanings. One meaning none of it, or not enough of it. So pure asexuals have none of it, and grey asexuals lack the full amount of it. I hope that makes sense. So yes. So, right, okay. So it's not just, it's just not being interested in sex in general. So for pure asexuals, I am personally, like, pure asexuals lack sexual attraction, but, and we're most likely to not have sex, but some asexuals do have sex. So yeah, in general, there's a disinterest in sex there and a lack of sexual attraction. But some people, the lack of sexual attraction is the most important thing, because some asexuals, even though they lack sexual attraction, they still have sex. So some asexuals are sex positive, some asexuals are sex neutral, some asexuals don't care one way or the other if they have sex, some asexuals like me are sex repulsed. So sexual attraction and sexual action are two different things. But if you're a sex repulsed asexual, a lot of the time you don't really want sex because you're actually repulsed by it, rather than an asexual person that's not sexually attracted to anyone, but they don't mind doing that, like as an activity to do, like a fun activity, like a board game or something. Do you know what I mean? So, but they tend to be on the more sexual end of the asexual spectrum, the people that do that, or they just like, you know, sex positive and really don't mind, and they're not repulsed, they're not on the repulsion side. So you don't have to answer if it's too personal, but is it hormonal, biological, or a preference? It's none of them. These are all myths and stereotypes, right? Asexuality is absolutely nothing to do with hormones, nothing to do with biology, apart from we're kind of wired differently, as in like we don't think that way and feel that way. And it's not a preference either. Asexuality is a sexual orientation, right? So if we take heterosexuality, right, the biggest sexual orientation in the globe, right? Is that a hormonal thing? Is it when you get to a teenager and you're like 13, your hormones start pumping, do you then turn heterosexual? Interesting question, isn't it? Because what makes someone be heterosexual? Is it hormonal changes, which when, you know, people go through puberty, is that what makes them heterosexual? Or is it a preference? Or is it biological? You see, you can ask the same questions of any sexual orientation. But the fact of the matter is, we're all sexual orientations. Asexuality is a sexual orientation. It's not a result of anything other than being a different sexual orientation. It's no different in terms of being sexual orientation to any of the other sexual orientations, but it is different in terms of what the sexual orientation means. So heterosexuality is a valid sexual orientation. Pansexuality is a valid sexual orientation. Homosexuality is a valid sexual orientation. Bisexuality is a valid sexual orientation. Asexuality is a valid sexual orientation. So if we're going to ask these questions of asexuals, we then need to pose these questions to all the sexualities. We need to understand by comparison, if we're treating people equally, which the world should be, right? So if we are going to answer this for asexuals, we should then be looking into it for other people. Just because the majority of people are heterosexual doesn't mean to say that's the way we should be, right? We need to go and dive into why are most of the people in this world heterosexual? Could it be people want to procreate and keep the species alive, the human species alive? Could it be that? Could it be puberty hits and the majority of people become heterosexual? They get cravings for sex that are often uncontrollable to a lot of people. Whereas maybe people who are asexual don't have that happen to them. But we all go through puberty, right? I still have hormones. I still get aroused, actually. So some asexuals don't experience any arousal, right? But many asexuals can still have sex if they weren't repulsed by it, right? You know, it's not their biology, it's not their physiology, their genitalia that's the problem or the issue, or something's wrong with it. They usually have full working order down there. It's just that they're not interested in having sex. They don't get that urge, right? You know, a heterosexual person or a sexual person, they get this like, oh, I really want to have sex, right? I don't get that, right? If I kiss a guy, I'm hyper kisser, which is rare for any sexual orientation. I don't know another hyper kisser in the world. I'll be honest with you. No one's shown up in my life, even on this channel, which has had over 2,150,000 views now. I would like to say, thumbs up for that. And, you know, no one has come and said, I'm a hyper kisser, right? I don't even know any guys that are hyper kisser. Yes, I have had guys kiss me for a long periods of time, but only because that's the way I kiss, and you know, a lot of the time they expect me to want sex after all that, and I'm like, nah, I'm not interested. I can kiss for hours, up to 4 hours or more, and never get bored. I like it as a favourite hobby. I love it. And that's not normal for any sexual orientation. It's the way I'm made up. Love it. Absolutely love kissing. Not interested in sex whatsoever. Don't need the genitalia. All my pleasure is in the kissing. So some asexuals, that they don't experience arousal. Others do. And some asexuals do actually watch porn. I don't. I am disgusted by it personally and hate that. I would rather be single forever than with a guy who goes around doing that, watching it, right? But some asexuals do watch porn, right? If you want to know all these answers, they are in my Asexual Perspectives book. So in this book, I interviewed 46 asexuals about what they really think of love, life, and sex. It's available on Amazon, so go and grab your copy if you haven't already got one. And it asks all different types of asexuals, including myself, like, what do you think about porn, masturbation, BDSM, and kinks? It talks about what's the difference between sexual attraction and arousal. What's the difference between sexual attraction and sexual desire? Right, they're all different, right? But people lump them together. For years and years, God, I hope my voice doesn't go. It was going last night. So for years and years, oh my gosh, I hope my voice isn't going to go. This is really bad. I noticed I started coughing at the cinema yesterday. I hope I'm not coming down with something. So for years and years, I can't even remember what I was saying now. I've gone off the beaten track, which is not good because my voice is going. Help me out here. What was I talking about? I was talking about, right, let's see. Oh, right, okay, got it. Right, for years and years, people have kind of clumped everything together as sexual attraction, right? Heterosexuality, sexual attraction. They kind of clump romance with it, aesthetic attraction with it, arousal with it, sexual desire with it, sexual attraction with it. It's kind of all been bundled together, right? The beautiful thing about my asexuality journey and helping asexuals now for over a decade is I'm able to separate all the different types of attractions I feel for different guys and to separate them and what they actually are. So aesthetic attraction and romantic attraction are actually separate from sexual attraction. But often heterosexuals just bundle them all together. They're like, boom, it's all sexual attraction. It's like, it's not. Right? So I can get aroused for kissing. I can get aroused just thinking about kissing with no one else involved whatsoever. Because it's a kissing that excites me. It's a kissing that arouses me in my genitalia, being very blunt about it. So yes, asexuals can get aroused in the genitalia, right? I'm capable of that, right? But it doesn't make me want to take that arousal and act on that with any person. It's like I might want to act on it with myself. You know, like I'm capable of masturbation if I wanted to do that. Most of the time I don't because I've got better things to be doing with my time. But I'm capable of doing that if I want. Oh, God. I really hope my voice is not going to go. Haven't been very well lately, as you know. I've illness after illness. So it's not good. But anyway, I'm still here. I'm still plodding through, but you'll have to excuse me if I do finish earlier than I plan. I'll try and get all your questions answered as much as possible. So asexuals, the majority are capable of arousal, but not all. Some asexuals masturbate. Some asexuals watch porn. Some asexuals take part in BDSM stuff. I personally hate that stuff, right? I'm not into porn. I think it's disgusting. I'm not into BDSM. I think it's disgusting. And I'm a natural girl, right? It's like I don't wear makeup usually, right? And so people don't realize that they don't have to masturbate to porn, right? You know, like you can just do it thinking of your own body and what arouses you and feeling good in your own body and thinking of things that arouse you without a person, you know, involved. You know, but people just think they have to watch porn to masturbate to. That's their thing. They don't look for alternatives. But even if you just touch your own body and explore your own body a lot, you can kind of make it happen, right? But people don't know this. They'd rather look to someone else to stimulate their genitalia. This is getting really deep now. Rather than looking to themselves, right? They'd rather have a stimulus, but they don't realize their own body can be a stimulus and it can be very, very invigorating because you can really like your own body. Like I'm a bigger girl, right? But I'm more confident, I would say, as a bigger girl than I was as a thinner girl years ago, right? And I've done a lot of mirror work. So if you're not used to mirror work, what mirror work is, you step out of the shower and you literally look at yourself naked in the shower and say how beautiful you look, how gorgeous you look, touch your own body and stuff like this. It's very like sexy time with yourself, or asexy time, as you might well call it if you're asexual, which means you've got sexy time, which is absence of sexual attraction. So, do you know what I mean? So, I would say we are biologically inclined to mate. I am not biologically inclined to mate because I don't have those feelings. So, when I hear experts say everyone, I heard this recently, everyone is wired to want to procreate. That is absolute BS, right? Not everyone is wired to procreate. And it really pees me off when I hear this time and time and time again. I have never wanted children since I've been 15 years old. I made that decision when I was 15. And I had a doctor patronize me going, you'll change your mind when you're older. I was like, no, I really won't. And I never have done. I don't physically want that thing in me. I don't find pregnancy natural. And there's someone in my Asexual Perspectives book who talks about this very thing. You've got to get a copy of this. Go and get it. It's on Amazon, right? So they talk about this very thing, and they say there is nothing natural about pushing this thing out of a birth canal. My mum thinks it's the most natural thing in the world. She loves it. She's the exact opposite to me. I don't. I actually am pregnancy repulsed. I don't like seeing pregnant women. I really don't. I don't think it's natural, personally. I can understand adoption. Why not growing a test tube, you know? But I just, you know, I'm just not interested in that. I never have been, because, you know, I see the world in a very different way to a lot of people, you know. I see people as literally a lot of humans are put on this planet to just procreate. I'm like, why don't you just enjoy your life for yourself? Why are you busy trying to just make offspring? Why? So I think differently. So, you know, there's some asexuals do want children by natural means. I know someone connected to me on Facebook, and she's having a baby, and she's really, really happy, and she identifies as asexual. She had having a baby naturally, as far as I know. So with her, I think she's married now. I think she was engaged. I think she's got married now. But anyway, she's got a partner, and they're very happy together, you know. And there's some people in this book that are asexual that do have children by natural means. I had someone who used to email me, and him and his wife only had sex to have kids, and they stopped having sex because they're asexual. They're not interested in sex. They just had it to procreate because they wanted children. They made a conscious decision they wanted to do that naturally. So I really, really disagree with the fact that everyone is biologically wired to mate and procreate. It really infuriates me. Really infuriates me. And I wish I could get on some of these bigger, you know, podcasts and actually tell them this straight. Because I'm so fed up of them saying everyone, right? Everyone, classing everyone in the same bracket, right? I see more and more podcasts like going, oh, we're leading sexless lives. Oh, there's such a problem with the youth of today. And loads of guys in their 20s aren't having sex anymore. And women are not having it anymore. And what does this mean, you know? And it's like, there's no crisis, right? If some people don't want to have sex, they don't want to have sex, right? You know what I mean? It's like loving relationships shouldn't be focused on sex as the main thing, right? People focus so much on attraction. They don't focus on character traits. I am even guilty of this myself, because I experience strong aesthetic attraction that makes me want to kiss guys. Not everyone, only certain guys. Younger foreign guys, usually clean shaven. That's kind of like what I get attracted to, right? But it doesn't make those guys right for me in a relationship or to date. If they haven't got good character traits, if all they want to do is have physical affection, but that's nothing else, that's no use to me. It's no use to anyone, right? So they can look as hot as they want. They can work out as much as they want. But if they're not kind, caring, considerate, consistent, persistent, healthy individuals, they're just going to have a rocky ride all their life. They're just going to be looking to have the wrong things for themselves. They're not going to be working on themselves. You know what I mean? So, I'm just going to get some tissue. Kitchen roll for my nose, I should say. Blowing my nose live on air, people. It's got to be done. Right. Oh, love your videos. Bless you. Thank you. She reminds me of... What? I'm not going to read that one out. Hello from New Zealand. Am I from the UK? Yes, I'm from the UK. Hello, Scott. I'm from the UK as well. You are so in denial. Oh dear. Well, am I in denial about my own self? I don't think so. You have no right to tell me what I am and am not. Yes, she is not in denial. She is talking from an asexual perspective. So exactly. I've been in I've been I've been helping asexuals now for 10 years. 10 years. I'm very much not in denial. I'd like to say as well, I'm an asexual person who has had sex, right? In my past. Last time was 2011, thank God. Before I realised I was asexual in 2014, right? So I've been in long-term relationships, serious relationships, committed relationships in the past. And I didn't know I was asexual back then. But I knew I wasn't really that interested in sex. I wasn't repulsed to the point now where I just can't do that anymore because I'm just so repulsed by it. And, I just can't bring myself to do that again. I'm not interested in it, right? But back then I did do that. And it was because I thought I had to as part of a normal relationship, because that's what society dictates to you. Oh, if you're having a relationship, you have to have sex. Otherwise something's wrong and not natural. And of course it's natural for some people to not have sex. Logic would say that not everyone in the world likes everything, right? I think we can all agree that there's not one person in the world that's a complete replica of everyone else, right? Not everyone in the world likes every single thing they come across ever in their life. And to think that that is the case is just very, very naive and ignorant, right? It's logical that not everyone feels the same way. Not everyone wants the same thing. Why is my nose itching tonight? It's bugging me. Never mind. It's logical that not everyone's going to like everything, right? So it's natural for some people to not want sex. It's natural for some people not to get the need, urge, or want for sex or partnered sexual intercourse. It's natural for some people not to want children. It's natural for these things to be for some people. It's logical. I wish more people would use their logical brains. Because it's just logical, not everyone likes everything. I hate it when these people go, we're all wired this way. It really, it really pees me off because it's like, well, clearly that cannot be true. Do you know what I mean? Like loads of people like chocolate cake, but there's some people that find it so sickly they can't stand it. Do you know what I mean? And we're talking about chocolate cake here, right? So I'd like to invite you my live stream. Would you like to join? I'm in the middle of my own live stream at the moment. Didn't mean wait, yeah. So I agree with Isabel. Right. So thank you. So arousal is a feeling in your genitalia that may or may not be linked to anyone. That's what arousal is. Then sexual attraction is when you experience sexual attraction towards a specific person or people. And then sexual desire is when you desire the sex in and of itself, even though you don't really care who it's with, right? So if you've ever been to a nightclub and you've heard guys going, I'm going to get laid tonight, right? They haven't met any girl yet. They're just coming in with that attitude and that mindset. That is sexual desire. They desire the sex in and of itself, regardless of who it's with. Right? I don't like that attitude. I don't personally like it. I think it's disgusting. And I don't personally agree with it. But that's the way it is. And I guess some women are like that. Not every woman doesn't like sex. I mean, I've met a few women who did love sex, They loved it a lot. I'm not interested personally. And I have come across hypersexuals as well, ones that want to do it regularly. So just because I'm not like that doesn't mean to say I don't accept that other people are like that. Do you know what I mean? So, Isabel and Liv, thank you. So my friends again, her name is Isabel, my name is Liv. I'm asexual, bisexual, non-binary and autistic, but I completely understand. Right, okay. So, okay. So I have strong desire, low attraction. Right. I'm 12. What the F is this? Well, if you're 12, why are you on YouTube? You have to have your parents' permission to be on YouTube if you're 12. And this is sex education. So if you have sex education in schools at 12 years old, then, you know, it's fine. But yeah, if you're 12, like, you have to have your parents' permission to be on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? Because if you don't, you're doing it illegally according to YouTube's terms and conditions. So I would be very careful about that if I were you. So anyway, I was talking about asexuality. So, you know, asexuality is one of the 5 sexual orientations. And asexuality is a sexual orientation based on the lack of sexual attraction. Like, bisexuality is actually being sexually attracted to different genders. So if you identify as bisexual, unless you're on the grey asexual part of the asexual spectrum, in which case you're grey asexual, bisexual, then you wouldn't be bisexual and asexual. But some people identify as bisexual and asexual if they're on the grey end of the asexual spectrum. So if they experience sexual attraction, but only under limited or rare or specific circumstances, but experience it but not enough to want to act on it. Because bisexual means you're attracted to 2 genders. But if you're only romantically attracted to 2 genders, it'd be biromantic rather than bisexual. But some people use both together, which can be confusing, because bisexual traditionally means you're sexually attracted to two genders. So yeah, I hated sex education. I fainted and someone threw up. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's useful to know in terms of asexuality, because there's so many myths, do you know what I mean, about asexuality. And I like to give some education about it, because people just don't really understand it. And I do get some asexuals that like come to me, they go, oh, I'm not interested in having sex with anyone, but I do masturbate. Am I still asexual if I do that? And if you're not interested in having sex with anyone, you don't get the need, urge, or want for partnered sexual intercourse, then you can still masturbate if you want to. Some asexuals masturbate to relieve tension, because they like it as a thing to do for themselves. It helps them sleep. And, you know, they do have a drive, like a sex drive, but it's not aimed at anyone. And if they're on the grey end of the asexual spectrum, they don't want to actually do that in real life with anyone. So I hope that makes sense. It's very important that teenagers do know about asexuality, because there are some teenagers right now in schools who are feeling very different, lonely and left out, because they realise that maybe people around them are talking about sex, even though, remember, legal age in the UK for sex is 16 and above. Do not have underage sex because it's illegal. And always consult your own country about what is legal and what is not, right? I am not a medical practitioner. I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist. So I have to say, if you're dealing with any mental health issues, sexual issues, physical sexual issues, any issues that need a professional, go and speak to a professional, right? Because I am not a medical professional or a psychiatric practitioner or anything like that. I have to do that disclaimer, right? What I'm saying is for educational purposes only, talking about my own experience. It can be agreed with, or if you disagree with it, that's fine. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying. But it is well known that asexuality is an actual sexual orientation, well known in the LGBT plus community more than the wider world, if you know what I mean. So asexuality is a genuine thing, but in terms of if you've got any mental health, physical health challenges, so some people will come and they say, okay, am I experiencing like no interest in sex because I've had a bad sexual experience, or is it asexuality? Well, that's to be talked through with a therapist. Well, I'm not an actual therapist, but I would ask yourself if this is a question that that you're like thinking about. Like, asexuality is not a result of trauma, right? It's not like if you've been through traumatic experiences and you need therapy to help you go through those experiences and dissect them, and that's what's made you afraid of sex. That isn't the same as being asexual. However, there are some people in this world that identify as asexual because through some sort of trauma, they have, to all intents and purposes, like, not got any more sexual attraction. They just don't experience it anymore, and that's the normal for them. And some of those do identify as asexual. They're not very many, they're in a minority. But I would strongly urge, if you do have any terrible difficulties with any type of sexual stuff, then it needs to be talked through with a therapist, right? Because that is not the same as asexuality. You know, like, asexuality is when you don't get the need, urge, or want for partner sexual intercourse. But like I say, for whatever reason, if someone doesn't feel that way and it's like their norm for years, then some of those people do identify as asexual because they fit the definition of it. So, not being rude, but if people want to know about it, they can Google it. I'm an actually asexuality expert, so yeah, you can Google it. Go and leave my channel and Google it. Be free. Go and Google it. Why not? You know, there are loads of other channels you can watch. You don't have to watch mine. Go and talk to someone else. Do you think that because you're asexual, it can give sex education advice? Why do you feel that the need to talk about it? Because there's lots of people that don't understand asexuality, and there's lots of people who feel alone and left out. They feel different. I remember when I used to be at school, I was interested in guys romantically and aesthetically. I used to want to kiss, hold hands, and cuddle. But when I was 15 and I had a boyfriend, and, you know, and 16 particularly, and things got sexual, I wasn't even thinking that way. I didn't think that way. I never looked at a guy and thought I want sex with him. And by talking about it, we're raising awareness of a very important thing, a sexual orientation that's a minority sexual orientation that's deeply misunderstood and has got loads of stereotypes and myths with it. And it's important those are busted through, and it's important that people who are asexual feel they matter in this world. That's why I talk about it. It's important we debunk these myths and stereotypes, which are harmful to a lot of people. There's something very important I need to tell you. I've spoken about this before, but I'm going to speak about it again because it's very important, right? I went to be a TEDx speaker, right? I applied to be a TEDx speaker. I went to a business event in the southwest of the UK, and I met the TEDx organizer for Bristol. And I applied afterwards with her directly to audition for TEDx Bristol. I got a coach as well, right? My topic was asexuality. You can see some of my auditions on here, like the lead up to it, me recording videos. They're on this channel in the short section a while ago, quite a long time ago actually. But anyway, I did the audition, right? I was at the final auditions, and I didn't get through to be like an actual speaker, right? And so what happened was, you know, it kind of gives me goosebumps just thinking about it, right? So what happened is I came out of the place in Bristol. It wasn't in the city centre, so I had to get this bus. And there was a guy who went to get on the bus with me. And he said, "What is your talk about?" Because he was interested. And I said asexuality, and I explained what that meant for me, that I don't get the need, urge, or want for partner sexual intercourse. I'm still trapped, you know, for sex, I think I said, rather than partner sexual intercourse. Don't get the need, urge, or want for sex. I just don't feel that way because I don't experience sexual attraction. And so, because I told him asexuality is a lack of sexual attraction, what that means for me is I don't get the need, urge, or want for sex. I just don't feel that way. And he says, "Oh, I know a guy like that," or "I knew a guy like that," was his words. I'm like, "Oh, right, here, give him my card," because I have card with my website and this channel on, etc. And he told me, "I can't." And I'm like, "Oh." And he said he's dead. And I was in shock. And, you know, when it's like you've done something, you're like, "Oh my God, you just didn't expect that. It's completely shocking." So he said that everyone thought he was gay. And that's why he killed himself, because he just couldn't stand it anymore. And I said, so if he'd have known about asexuality back then, before that happened, do you think he'd still be alive? And the guy said yes. That's why I talk about asexuality. That's why I'm here to speak about it. That's why I created this channel. It was before, I mean, it was after I created this channel, but it's before I actually had the TEDx talk that, you know, I had this channel. But that is why I do what I do. That is what drives me to continue doing what I do. I'm not monetized on this channel. I've had over 2,150,000 views. I'm not monetized. I don't have advertising on my channel. I do it because I genuinely care about asexuals. I genuinely care that there are people in the world who don't want, like, or need sex, that are dismissed, that are ridiculed, that are put down, that are shamed, and that are silenced. And if anyone is in chat and they don't like me, that's fine. Please leave my channel. That is fine if you don't like me. If you don't agree with me, you don't want to listen, you can go and Google. Doesn't mean to say all the information on Google is correct. I have over 10 years of experience, lived experience of being asexual. I'm a best-selling author with 2 asexual books, spoken at the Asexuality conference, been on the Jeremy Vine show, BBC Radio, Lifeology Radio. Been on a lot of podcasts. Why? Because people want my expertise, because I know what I'm talking about. But I'm not the only one who talks about asexuality. There are loads of different people out there. Just watch It's Not AI telling you something that's not exactly true. I've had AI even tell me about books I've not even written. I've asked it. Google AI. Asked it all about me. And it's told me lies. ChatGPT lies and gaslights. If you didn't already know, I have a smaller channel talking about AI. Even told me it lies and gaslights. So if you want to ask AI, you might be getting false information. So be careful who you get your information from. Go to someone who's had lived experience of it and who's confident about talking about it, is not just new to it and just got textbook definitions off the internet of it. Right? If you don't want to hear me speak, that's fine. There's plenty of other channels. So, okay. So, if people are just going to, like, be rude about me, then I'm not going to stand for that, you know? So, right. So, right, okay. So please keep chat respectful, because I am going to delete comments or remove users who get disrespectful to other users and me, right? So, do you know what I mean? I don't know what someone's doing in chat. So I don't know who's being rude in chat, but I'm not going to tolerate it. Do you know what I mean? So, like, you know, we must be, you know, saying nice things in chat, okay? So, right. Okay. I think that's, so, right. In the business of live stream, it's hard, right? You get a lot of trolls, people coming in who want to do the very thing that they, you know, dismiss and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's very, very important that we understand that asexuality needs to be spoken about. Another reason why, you know, to prevent suicides, to prevent self-harm, to prevent, you know, people hurting themselves or you know, people thinking that they're not good enough or that something's wrong with them and not natural, right? I don't want these people to think this way, right? Everyone's life is very important. And it needs to be talked about, right? Actually avoiding talking about these things is very unhealthy. We don't, as someone says in this book, we don't have nearly enough open, honest conversations about actual sex. You know what I mean? It's all very like rude humor and stuff like that. It's not educational. So, you know, I will always stick up for asexuals and be very passionate about what I talk about. So, getting back to like dating, right? Another reason why it's very important to talk about asexuality is because of dating. Because a lot of people who go on dating sites automatically think everyone is heterosexual. And what that does, it creates a lot of miscommunication. It creates a lot of expectations that people can't fulfill. And it creates like misunderstandings, and it creates potential sexual abuse situations. Now, if you are on a dating site, please do not think that everyone on dating sites is heterosexual. And I must stress that if you are a person who loves sex and you come across someone who's asexual who hates sex, that is not compatible, right? You need to look for different people who can give you what you need. There is no thing that can be gained from pursuing someone who doesn't want sex, right? So I get a lot of people come across online, and years ago there was one guy particularly, it was very worrying. He came on my Asexualise page and he started asking me to get his girlfriend to have sex with him and tell him how he can get his asexual girlfriend to have sex with him. If an asexual person doesn't want sex, you can't get someone and coerce someone into having sex. That's sexual abuse, right? So I think not enough people understand, right? If you have sex with someone against their will, that's sexual abuse. If you do sexual things when the person doesn't want it, hasn't consented to it, that's sexual abuse. If you coerce a person, what does that mean? Pressurize a person, emotionally blackmail a person, say things that pushes them into having sex with you. All these types of things, this is sexual abuse, and this should not be happening. This is why people need to be aware of all different sexual orientations, including the fact that some asexuals exist in the world that don't want, like, or need sex. It's not natural for every person to want, like, or need sex. And to actually think that everyone in the world likes, wants, or needs sex, it's just wrong, right? We should be treating people as individuals, and we should be thinking about both people's needs and seeing if there's a compatibility there. When you're dating is hard enough, but when you've got different sexual orientations in the mix, it becomes even harder, right? Most people look for attraction, how attracted they are to the person, but that's not what makes a healthy relationship. What makes a healthy relationship is having that deepest, bestest ever core friendship, honesty, open communication, having difficult conversations, having conversations that could end in conflict, but resolving them in a way in which people are feeling like they're not being judged specifically as a bad person. I think they should be allowed to be free to speak what they want. That doesn't mean to say you have to stay with someone who's not right for you, who's abusive, right? If you found out they're abusive, right? But we should be having open, honest communication. We should be having difficult conversations as well. I used to think conflict's a really bad thing. Now I know that the best, strongest relationships are built on the ability to reconcile conflicts in as much of an amicable manner as possible. I've spent almost my entire life thinking to be broken and hiding my orientation. It can be very painful. Hi, Sarah. Oh, thank you for being here. I'm sorry if you've had any problems with people in chat tonight. I do apologise on their behalf. They've gone now. Yeah, I'm really sorry that you felt broken your whole entire life and you've felt like you have to hide it. That's why I do this channel. You know, I'm like a voice for the people who feel they can't speak out for themselves. And that's why it's important, you know. And I want the whole world to embrace asexuality. I want people to accept it so that people like yourself don't have to feel broken or alone or that something is wrong with you. And there isn't anything wrong with you. You're not broken and you are A-okay, right? I just want to be very clear about that. But I want to also, like acknowledge your pain, because it is very painful. If you are hiding who you truly are from your family, friends, and from the world, it's like you're sucking the life and soul out of yourself, and you're playing smaller than you need to be in this world. And you're not living your authentic life, and it's a strain on you. It's stressful. So, oh, thank you. Hi, Isabella. Isabel, I keep saying Isabella. Isabel, isn't it? Isabel and Liv. It's nice that you're still here. So yeah, that's why I do this channel. That's why I speak strongly. That's why I speak powerfully. And that's why I don't keep quiet. Because our voices are silenced enough. How much sex and sexual stuff do you see on TV all the time? I know I have talked about sexual stuff tonight, but I hope I haven't disgusted people too much who are the repulsed asexuals. But I think it's important for people to understand, like, there's myths and stereotypes that just need to be broken through, But I really want to get asexuality recognised as a sexual orientation in its own right throughout the globe, so no asexual has to live in fear of ridicule ever again. Because asexuality is part of the LGBTQ plus spectrum, LGBTQ plus IA, A standing for asexual, and usually some other things. A lot of people do start saying, oh, you're a gay then, or you're a lesbian then, as a way of dismissing being asexual and being able to, like, love and be attracted to, for example, the opposite gender, but not want sex with them. And dismissing someone's sexual orientation is not right. And every part of asexuality is valid, even people, obviously, who are attracted to the same gender. It's absolutely fine. But what I don't like is when someone automatically calls me a lesbian just because I don't want sex with guys. Like, oh, you can't not want sex with guys because if you do, you're a lesbian. It's like, no, I'm not. I have lesbian friends. I'm not an actual lesbian myself. So, you know what I mean? It's I think it's great if you're gay or lesbian. I think it's great. I'm not personally, but I think it's great if you are. If I see two guys kissing, it's great. If I see two girls holding hands, it's great. Love is love. I think anyone should be free to express their love openly whenever and wherever they are. I really do. I think people should just be free to be themselves. We're here to live our lives. It's so short. We shouldn't be playing small or being confined or feeling trapped by who we are and by people's reaction to who we are. We have to live our lives regardless of what anyone else says, thinks, or does, because life is too short. I am so sorry, Sarah, that you've gone through that. Is it Sarah or Sarah? If I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, I'm sorry. Because I know it might be Sarah rather than Sarah. But I'm really pleased you're here. Yeah, and it's really dreadful to feel like your whole life you feel left out, right? And there are lots of people, I'm sure, that are at school right now, and they're just feeling like they don't really belong and something's different with them. And I'm sure those people do really well in their life when they're out of the environments, suppressing them and repressing them. A lot of, I was bullied in school a lot, and it's very suppressing and repressing, I find. You're meant to look a certain way, be a certain way, fit in a certain way. If you don't, you're often bullied and, kind of like ridiculed and pushed out the way and made fun of and all this. It's disgusting. It's not on. There's not enough to talk about that, to be honest, as well. But I am here because the more I speak about asexuality globally, the more people hear about it, the better, because they could recognize then, oh, my daughter's like that, or my son's like that. Or if people on dating sites, oh, that person sounds like they might be asexual. You know what I mean? So, or they are asexual. It's important. What's the point in guys chasing girls, for example, that end up being asexual, that don't want sex, if they're really hypersexual? It's a waste of both people's times. So it's absolute waste of time. Do you know what I mean? And it's just wasting time for both people. So that's why it's really important. Like, I'm on Badoo, asexual, not dating site. So it's a traditional site, right? And I personally am on there because I've been on there for years, and they gave me a free premium account because I was on there. I've been online dating now for over 10 years. And I have to say the quality of people is not very good on there. I'm only into guys, so it's guys that turn up, unless occasionally you get some women that pop up on it. I'm like, why would I be interested in you? But I think they just like pretend that, create a fake account because they're just not up to no good. But anyway, they don't have a filter. They have an actual category for asexual, so you can say you're asexual there, but they don't allow you to filter by asexuality, right? So it's stupid, really. I've come across a number of asexuals on the asexual spectrum, but unfortunately they're not sex repulsed asexuals usually. They're ones that actually do want sex. To me, it's like, if you're asexual, why do you want sex? But there are asexuals, they're sex positive and on the more sexual end of the asexual spectrum, like grey asexuals, and some of them actually do want to try sex. They don't want to die without not having sex. To me, as an asexual sex repulsed, it's just like the same thing. Like when I see that, it's like I'm glad that you are, that you're part of the asexual spectrum. But to me, it's like, oh my gosh, another person. Like there's enough heterosexuals in the world that want sex and can't live without it and can't ever be without it, before they die. Without having more asexuals like that, it's kind of like like frustrating for me, who's a sex repulsed asexual, to see that. But quite a few asexual guys on the more sexual end of the spectrum are like that. Oh, hi Lee, it's nice to see you. How am I today? Well, my voice was going earlier, but other than that, I'm trying not to think about my pain. I'm not as much pain at the moment, so that's why I'm here to do the stream, and I'm happy to be here. So in terms of dating, like how would you date an asexual person if you wanted to date an asexual person, right? Because some people, they do want to date asexuals. And I think the more and more we go with AI, the AI technology, right? Let's talk about AI for a little bit, right? So AI, artificial intelligence, there are more and more people of every different type of sexual orientation that are having relationships with artificial intelligence. There's dating sites. You can get I was going to say asexual. It's not asexual. You can get, well, you might be able to create an asexual, obviously digital AI. But, and anyway, I was going to say there are asexuals that are interested in these types of relationships, but they're heterosexuals. There's loads of heterosexuals and different sexual orientations, right? They're having relationships with AI, some of which are romantic relationships, right? And I believe this is good for asexuality because more and more people are having non-sexual relationships with AI entities, for example. And some are married to their AI persona, right? They created it with ChatGPT, for example, and they're married to it, right? I talked about this at the AI Southwest Live event in person, which I did attend in February. I was a speaker there. Alongside, that when I say I'm a speaker, there was like other people there. Even one of the directors of Microsoft was there, right? So that was really huge for me. And I talked about AI human relationships. I'm actually writing a book about that, along with my asexual books. And so more and more people are going to be having non-sexual relationships, right? That's why the amount of sex people are having is actually going to go down. There will be AI, no doubt, that can have a lot of sex type of things in the future, but at the moment they're not advanced usually enough at the moment for that. You've kind of got sex bots from my research, you've got sex bots that have got limited amount of capabilities, and then you've got the bots that are like helpers and things like that, or a lot of them are digital personas, or they're just AI designed for a specific purpose, like Amazon warehouses, right? So we're still far off, I believe, from the technology that allows, particularly in the UK, that allows you to have like a sexual, intimate relationship in multiple ways with AI. Because there's certain ways of doing things that could harm a human if they don't get that right. I'm not interested in doing sex with a robot, but you know what I mean? It's going to happen. And lots of people at the moment are actually having romantic relationships with artificial intelligence, digital AIs, right? This is very important because for years and decades, we're talking about, asexuals have been able to have loving, caring, committed relationships without physical sex. And thousands of humans across the globe are doing this now with AI, which proves that you can maintain and sustain a non-sexual relationship with something, right? Now, I would hope the more people do this, the more people see the benefit of being with asexuals, especially the ones who can develop a deep emotional connection with another human being, right? Asexuals tend to love through a deep emotional connection anyway, which is what I love about asexuals, amongst other things. I love a lot about asexuals. We think differently. We have different attitudes, beliefs, and system. We're wired differently. I love being asexual. I really do love being asexual. It's so good. And so I think the more the world goes sexless, like there's loads more podcasts talking about, guys in their 20s not having as much sex anymore, people living sexless lives. Now, at the moment, this is seen as alarming to a lot of experts. I don't see it as alarming at all. I see it, thank God, we're in the greatest relationship revolution of all time, thanks to AI. Finally, people are seeing the benefits of having non-sexual relationships, the deep intimacy you can have emotionally, the understanding you can have, the feeling validation, right? The feeling of being understood, the feeling of being listened to, the feeling of having something there for you, something who gets your mind, someone on your wave level, well, in this case, something on your wave level, right? So I believe like I said, we are in the greatest relationship revolution of all time, where AI is revolutionizing relationships without sex. But asexuals have been doing this for absolutely decades. We're pros at it. We understand this on a deep level. That's why I'm writing my How to Date an AI Bot book, right? Build relationships with AI companions confidently and safely, because we are experts in this, right? Do you know what I mean? And so the more non-sexual relationships become valid, at the moment, like, experts are panicking. It's like, there's no panic. For God's sake, it means everyone can focus on the actual building blocks of a relationship instead of letting the sexual attraction take over them, like some possessed being for some people, right? And so it's really important that we're going through this period. But what's seen as alarming to other people eventually, hopefully, should be the normal, because it's normal for asexuals, many of us, to not have sex, like it, want it, need it, and then we can have loving, caring, committed relationships without that. Because relationships are about compatibility, and of course sexuality does come into that, and how much sex you want and don't want, physical touch and all that lot. But there's also lifestyle goals, personality traits, right? You've got to have like complementary personality traits. You don't have to have identical, complementary personality traits. You got to have, like I said, life goals. So if you want to backpack around Australia and you love going traveling, it's no good with someone who wants to settle down and be a homebody or wants to stay in the same place. That's not going to work. They're conflicting. If you want to be in another country and move there, which I see on dating sites sometimes, oh, my big dream is to travel the world, or my big dream is to move to another country. I'm like, well, why are you even on this? But dating site. But obviously, if they want someone to move with them and travel with them, that's fair enough if they're advertising for that, right? But they might meet someone when they're over there, So you've got to think about all this type of thing. But compatibility is not just about attraction, it's about sustainability, consistency, persistency, no matter who you're with. If you take sexual attraction and sex off the table, are you going to want to spend the rest of your life with this person that you're with, if you're with someone? That's what you have to ask yourself. If they go bald, if they grow hairier, if they grow chunkier, if they grow skinnier, if they're really ill and sick, are you still going to want to be with them? Do you know what I mean? Like, have you got excellent communication with this person? Are you able to share your intimate thoughts and feelings? Are you able to go to them about a problem in the relationship openly, honestly, rather than having behaviors such as avoidancy, where you just avoid conflict all the time, avoid sharing your real feelings? That ends up usually in breaking up, right? If you broke up with someone and you don't know why the hell you broke up, you've got communication issues, or they have, right? You need to look at that, because we shouldn't be avoiding difficult conversations. We should be sharing how we feel. And if we don't, eventually there'll be an explosion usually down the line, right? And resentment and all this type of thing. So if you take sex off the table, there's lots of other things that you need to be compatible on. And I think it's a good thing when people are having less sex, because they're having to, if they're using their intelligence, then they're having to focus on other things, right? But traditionally, guys are like, get ripped in the gym, right? Get a six pack and be manly and macho, Don't show your feelings. Don't cry. This is kind of how they're brought up and taught. Plow yourself into your career and that'll make you a great man, right? That doesn't in and of itself make you a great man, right? What makes you a great guy, man, whatever you want to call it, is someone who is in touch with their emotions, someone who doesn't have avoidancy tendencies, someone who is able to speak with empathy and able to express themselves, someone who's able to share their deepest, most intimate thoughts and feelings with someone, with their special someone, so someone's able to share secrets and keep secrets, someone who's able to see the person in their totality, not just their looks. If you're just going for looks, if that's all you're driven, like, I want to attract someone because I want to be so good looking, or I'm only attracted to really good looking people, do you think a good looking person is really going to make you happy? Sure, you might be looking at a really good person that's kind, caring, honest, devoted, loyal, and all this lot. But there are a lot of people out there that are driven by ego about how good they look. And, you know, they're basing their whole relationship on that. If you are not able to sit down at night and say, hey, I had a really bad day, this is why. And, like, how are you feeling about the relationship right now? Like, how is our communication levels? Is there anything I can do to be a better partner to you? Is there anything I can do to make you feel more loved and special? Like, how much communication should we be having? Like, arranging dates, even if you're in a relationship for a long time, all this type of thing. Do you know what I mean? So, so this is very, very important. Very, very important. So I'm just seeing if there's anything. Your stream is exactly what I wanted. Thank you so much. Oh, thanks, Lee, for being here. So I'm just seeing if I've missed any important questions. Asexual people go through periods. If you're meaning, do they have periods, as in blood? Yes, I still have my periods. There's nothing wrong with hormones. My hormones are perfectly intact. In fact, I have high arousal levels for kissing, zero sexual attraction. So there's absolutely, definitely nothing wrong with my hormones. I'm not interested in genitalia. I just love kissing. I just love thinking about kissing. And I like my food as well. Have you seen how I eat food? God, I love my food. I think food's quite sexy. It's the right food. Right. So, yeah. Right. Okay. So, yeah, so there's a lot of channels, right, that are not so good channels that are teaching guys, you know, like a certain way of being just to attract women in a really negative way. And so they're not good. I personally am part of Matthew Hussey's Love Life Club. He's a great coach. So if you don't know who Matthew Hussey is, check him out. He's been helping people in dating and relationships for over 18 years now. And I pay to be in his private Love Life Club coaching membership. So I get the best training from him as well. In my opinion, not everyone likes him, but I think he's great. He's got over 3 million subscribers on his channel, and he's really, really good. And he's married now, right? So he talks about, you know, like good stuff, like what people need in a relationship. Like they don't just need attraction. They need things like commitment, and they need sustainability and consistency. So if you've got a person, no matter what gender it is, for example, blowing hot and cold with you, one minute they seem really into you, the next minute they're not. One minute they're saying they really miss you, the next minute you don't even hear from them. This is not a person who's consistent, reliable, and can help you make it feel secure in a relationship, for example. This is someone who's going to put you on the seesaw of life and make your emotions go up and down, which is not healthy. So whatever sexual orientation you get with, you have to make sure you get someone who's persistent, consistent in their communication, consistent in their actions, reliable, trustworthy, loyal, honest, able to have difficult conversations with you, able to share how they feel with you, right? And if the people in the relationship are not that way, you both have work to do on yourself. I'm constantly working on myself to try and make myself a better person. I'm trying to have, you know, I try to have more difficult conversations. I try to, like, you know, like help myself to become a better person, help myself to be more secure within myself, and things like this. I'm single, but it's good to do this if you're single as well, to help enhance your own confidence and self-esteem. So when you go on a dating site, you need to be thinking about all these different things. There's so many guys, for example, on Badoo, who are, in my opinion, very unhealthy. It's quite well known that in a lot of online dating, there's a lot of, I'm saying guys, but it can be any gender, but I'm talking about guys because I only date guys. I only talk to guys. I'm only attracted to guys. I only go on dating sites with guys, right? So I don't have experience of what the women like, although I have got feedback from some guys about what women's like, asking for money, for example, and things like that. Don't accept that. If you have a woman asking for money on a dating site, block her, right? Block anyone who's like asking you for money online, right? You don't want people like that. They're just using you, right? And so there's a lot of avoidant guys on dating sites where you get loads of them going, I'm looking for a serious relationship. And they say absolutely nothing else in their profile. I know that they're not ready for a serious relationship. They think they're ready for a serious relationship because they're up for it. But in practicality, they're not, because they don't even say anything in their bio. They can't even open up. Not every guy's like this. There are a few guys on there. On Badoo, I'm talking about specifically, because that's where I have my most experience at the moment. But if they can't share a bit about themselves, their hobbies, their interests, and open up, I know they're not ready for a healthy relationship. So they can say they're ready for a relationship all they want, but they're not really ready for it because they're not healthy. Because they're not open and honest and sharing parts of themselves. They're closed off, right? They're not openly expressing themselves. That's someone who needs to do work on themselves. And there are so many people, guys that I see ready for a relationship. I'm like, clearly you're not even speaking or saying anything. How are you ready? If you were ready, you'd have done the work on yourself to not be so insecure in yourself that you can't actually share with the world about yourself, right? This doesn't mean to say that, that you're a really bad person if you've got insecurities. Everyone's got some insecurities, right? Everyone, I believe. That's what I believe. Although there'll be people who've worked on themselves so much that they probably think they haven't basically got any insecurities anymore. And if you've done the work to that level, I really appreciate you and well done. So, but, we all need to do work on ourselves. And I see so many guys on dating sites, all they want to do is hook up, casual stuff. They don't want commitment. They don't want to share parts of themselves because it makes them vulnerable. And, and a relationship with whatever sexual orientation is the most vulnerable thing you're ever going to do with someone. Right? If you're avoiding difficult conversations, avoiding your feelings, avoiding talking about things, this is not going to set you up for a healthy relationship. You might still get a relationship, but it's not going to be one of those deep connections, relationships. So it's very, very important that you work on these things, right? If you have a girl and all she's doing is posting loads of stuff and attracting loads of guys, say you were having a relationship with her, but she's not even talking to you, as a guy, how would you feel about that? And she, maybe she's a bit off with you and she's not even having a difficult conversation with you. That's someone who's more interested in attention. And something Matthew Hussey says a lot that I've learned from him, attention is not the same as intention. This is a very good thing he talks about. So if a guy or woman, whatever gender, pays you a lot of attention, it doesn't mean to say that their intention is more than that, right? Because intention is different to attention. So a guy could pay me loads of attention for a few hours, right? Gets a kiss at the end of the night, right? He paid me a lot of attention. He got his kiss, right? He did something, got something out of it, right? If we're looking at transactional stuff, right? Did he pay me lots of attention because he wanted to kiss me at the end of the night? Or did he pay me a lot of attention because he was really just interested in talking to me? Right? Now, a guy who's intentional, come over a purpose, talk to you a lot, or whatever gender, right? Not just kiss you at the end of the night, ask you out on a date and actually make plans for it. Take your number, keep in constant communication with you until the date, right? That's intention. I intentionally want to date you. I intentionally want to spend some time with you. Doesn't even kiss you. Like, I just want to see you again because I liked your company, right? That's intention. Intention is when someone thinks, I want to spend time with this person. I want to get to know them. I want to see if we're compatible. I want to see if we're like-minded or our differences can actually be compatible, because you can be with someone who is different to you, but you work compatibly, right? So I am very loud and bubbly and talkative, right? So someone who is a little bit quieter might compliment me rather than someone who is the same as me. Two people who are exactly like that might not get on well because we compete for attention, right? So competing for attention is not a good thing, right? Unless the people are both bubbly, loud and talkative, but they're very secure within the roles, both being like that together, and they don't butt heads, and they're both very solid unit, right? So sometimes it can work, sometimes it backfires, depending on how big the egos are of the people involved and how much they like attention on themselves and why they're doing that. What's the reason about why they're doing what they're doing? Are they doing it to make a difference? Are they doing it because they genuinely care about people? And do they want to let that person into their life to be an equal, right? So it all depends on what their motivation is. But someone can pay you a lot of attention, then ghost you because they liked you in the moment. It served a purpose for them. There's a lot of stuff in the dating world that's very ego driven, right? And unfortunately, people get hurt. And that's a really sad thing, right? And I think if we get away from the attraction more and go more towards personality of a person and character traits and what their intentions are, and whether they have healthy behaviors or not, that's how we can tell if we're more on the right track to finding the good person for us to be with. Because you can have the most gorgeous looking guy in the world. Like, I was in a relationship in 2024 with a guy who's Indian guy. I'm attracted to younger Indian guys. And to me at that time, like, I thought he was like absolutely gorgeous, right? Like, he was the best. I don't think he looks good now. I've seen a picture of him since he's not with me. He seems to have gone downhill, it looks, but never mind. And so, yeah. And so anyway, when my point is to me, he was like my ideal guy, aesthetically, so gorgeous looking, right? Like just like he'd come out of my description or something. But he ended up not being good in his personality. He valued dishonesty, whereas I valued honesty. He liked the thug life, whereas I don't like that life. He didn't mind doing illegal stuff to stay in this country. I'm legal and above board, right, with everything I do. So we're very different values. So one of the things to do with compatibility, regardless of your sexual orientation, is to do with values. Like, what do you value in life? What do you value in terms of character traits? What do you value in general? And so when we're looking to date someone, we have to look at their values. This is why some people who say, oh, well, why do you want to date if you're asexual? What's the point? It really is horrible, because relationships are so much more than sex. And there are lots of heterosexuals right now that are married to other heterosexuals and not even having sex for months and years. Do you know what I mean? They don't not love each other. I mean, some of them might not, but in general, like, just not having sex doesn't equate to not loving someone, right? You can love someone and still not have sex with them. Sex isn't love and love isn't sex. They're two completely different things. But people value the amount of sex they're having or not having as how much the person loves them. And they're just two completely different things. You can have someone totally loving you, but if they don't want sex, they don't like the act of sex, they don't like sex in and of itself, you know, then no amount of you loving them when they're loving you is going to make them want to do that with you, because they're not interested in that in and of itself. I hope this is making sense. So when you're looking to date, right, you have to understand asexuals have a lot of beautiful qualities that have got nothing to do with sex, but you're still getting a human being with other things that can be, possibly, depending on the individual person, good for you in a relationship. If all you're doing is being fixated on sex and having the traditional sex, marriage, kids, work and die type thing, then obviously you have to try and get a person who's obviously got that mindset and values as well. But it doesn't necessarily mean to say it's going to work out and you're going to be happy. Asexuals give a lot to the table. They can bring a lot of insights, because our mind thinks differently and we're wired differently. We can see different things that other people can't see sometimes. And we focus on the other aspects of a relationship rather than the sexual stuff, which is so important. Not every asexual is like this. There are people on the grey asexual end of the spectrum that do have sex. Hello to the person from Israel. But pure asexuals don't experience any sexual attraction whatsoever. We still got other things to bring to the table, right? We've still got our intelligence. We've still got our curiosity. We've still got our playfulness in non-sexual ways. We've still got, well, I don't know what every other asexual person like, right? But, you know, some of us are still honest and reliable and trustworthy and faithful and kind and caring. And these matter in a relationship. Right, you can have the most good-looking person ever that's having loads of sex with you, but if they're cheating on you with someone else, if they're unreliable, they keep coming in late at night, you don't know where the hell they've been, maybe they keep getting drunk, and all this type of thing, that's no basis for a relationship. If they're not intentionally trying to make the relationship better and work on it, a relationship is work. If you don't treat relationship like a full-time job, and you just think, right, I'll get this person, like a lot of guys, right, traditionally, they get a woman and think, right, I'm married now, tick that box. And then that's it. And they don't work on the relationship. And that's when it falls apart. That's when the person starts being unloved, unappreciated, unheard, devalued. And that's when things start going wrong. But as soon as they've got that person into a relationship and they've ticked that box off, or they're engaged or they're married, they start to lose curiosity about that person. Not everyone, but unhealthy people. People who have got together for the wrong reasons, ego-driven reasons, to tick a box reasons, right? Rather than being intentional. I want to build a life with a person. I want to be a teammate to this person. That's what we should be looking for, teammate, right? Someone who can understand us, who can accept our flaws, our weaknesses, our strengths, who allows us to work on ourselves and work on the relationship together, and who always has a curiosity, is always driven to have dates. You should still be dating, even if you've been married like 20 years, especially if you've been married 20 years, right? You should be dating, you should be bringing fresh energies, go somewhere different, try a different place, right? There's people in relationships that are like, oh, our relationship's getting boring. It's like, well, you've got the opportunity to change that, haven't you? Come up with different things, go to different places, choose different ways to walk, go a different way, hire a different thing, you know, like hire a boat, go horse race riding together, go cycling together, whatever that suits you both. You know, just do something different together. Go to a different restaurant, go to a different cafe, go to a different cafe at a different time. It doesn't have to be like mega big, but you need to be like arranging dates consistently, persistently, having times on the calendar. You shouldn't be taking any relationship for granted. Happy International Asexuality Day, Sandra. Hello, hugs to Duke. Oh, is it hugs to Duke or Duck? Hugs to Duck, I think it is, without the K. Is that right? I said Duke. Why did I say Duke? My brain. Aces never sleep. Streamed earlier some amazing conversations. Oh, you sleep. You streamed earlier. Duke. Why did I say Duke? I don't know. It is Duke, is it? I don't know. My mind. I'm trying to keep a conversation chat going as well as talk. So, it's Vietnamese spelling for Duke, is it? It's a very nice name. Reminds me, whenever I see your name, it reminds me of hamster. I don't mean that rude. I like hamsters. They're so cute. I kind of feel cute. And hug is obviously cute as well. Hugs are nice, aren't they? So it kind of makes me feel warm and fluffy whenever I see your name. Because I'm thinking about the hug and the stir, as in hug hamsters or something. I don't know. My brain just goes off on a tangent as usual. Yeah, I notice a lot of asexuals don't sleep very much. I mean, I like sleep in the day and being awake at night. This is my favourite time to be awake. Thank you for the hugs. I'm hot and I'm wearing a t-shirt. Look at this, and the heat's not even on. My cheeks are flush. Oh, Heather is here listening. Lots of love to Heather. That's nice. So yeah, let's go back to dating and in relationships and intentionality. So I think it's, oh, hang on a minute, got another comment from Hugster. I also recently adopted Fin Romantic. Finn is feminine in nature and dropped heteroromantic. Ah, okay. That's interesting. I'm heteroromantic. But I'm hyperromantic hyperkisser, which is not normal for an asexual person. But there we go. So yeah. But it's good if I always say something very important to specify is asexuality is a journey of discovery about oneself, right? So you may find you identify on part of the asexual spectrum, and then you might decide after getting to know yourself better, your attractions, how you experience them with different genders and different people, you might discover you're a different part of the asexual spectrum than you originally thought you were, and that's okay, right? I've known people that changed their sexual orientation completely. I knew someone who was a lesbian who then ended up being with a guy and getting married to him and having a kid. And it was like, she wasn't, that's quite unusual, I think, but it happens, because people realize that they've been conditioned to think they're a certain way. And you can see different, you can see kind of different things when you explore sexuality more deeply. And sometimes you just haven't necessarily got a word for how you identify, or you might be halfway there but you're not quite there, or you might just decide this fits me better, and that's fine. And so it's okay if you discover you're on a different part of the asexual spectrum. I have to say that, because sometimes people panic, like I can't see me ever being interested in sex ever again. Like I wasn't really interested in sex when I had it before, right? But I thought I had to as part of a normal relationship. And I wasn't repulsed then, right? I could do that consensually. And so I wasn't repulsed. But these days, I'm really repulsed by it. And I've even had a couple of movies on Disney Plus I've had to stop watching because they've had sex in them, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And it's more and more repulsive for me. I can imagine heterosexuals that love sex, I'm just using heterosexual as an example, would absolutely have loved it. And they would want more and more, thought, this is great, it's got loads of me. The more it's in there, I'm like, oh my God, I just want to throw up. Do you know what I mean? Oh, thanks for the heart, Heather. So it repulses me more. In some ways it's great because it just confirms my asexuality even more. It's like, oh, you're definitely asexual, Sandra, 100%. The more they do it, the more it drives home your asexuality. And so I think that's very important. So when you're on the dating relationship scene, always be careful about what someone's intentions are, or attention. I get attention from a lot of guys, but a lot of guys who give me attention are not intentional. There's a big difference. Do you know what I mean? They're not intentionally after a serious committed relationship with me. They're not intentionally trying to get to know me. They're not intentionally dating me. They're not intentionally really doing much apart from maybe intentionally talking to me initially to get to know me a bit better and talking to me. But there's no real intentionality about anything more, right? And so I think we've got to be very careful of this when we come across people on dating sites, because someone, if they just pay, say you haven't had any attention for a lot of time on dating sites, and all of a sudden you get a lot of attention from someone, you've got to ask yourself, is this person going to be consistent, or are they just giving me attention in the moment, right? Are they going to talk to me afterwards? You shouldn't have to even, if a person's really interested in you, you shouldn't even have to think like that, right? You should just be really, if a person really cares about you, really wants to be with you, they will show you in commitment, right? Unless they've got unhealthy avoidant behaviors, right? You don't want an unhealthy person who's got avoidancy issues that hasn't worked on them, right? There's some people with avoidant attachment, and they have worked through a lot of those difficulties, right? Pushing someone away, closing down in conflict, not wanting to deal with difficult emotions, feelings, and not facing them head on, avoiding uncomfortable conversations, not actually speaking their mind, speaking up when things are not what they want them to be, or they're not happy about them, shutting off, closing down, not viewing relationships as a wonderful thing, but instead viewing them as something's been taken from them and stuff like this, right? So avoidants tend to close off and shut down when they get close to someone. They tend to push them away because they find it claustrophobic if sometimes if they get too close to them, And this is like learned behavior from when they were young, like maybe they were smothered as a kid, or maybe they had inconsistent caregivers, right? Now, I have an anxious attachment style. An anxious attachment style is also an insecure attachment style, right? Avoidance insecure, and anxious is insecure as well. So I hold my hands up to the fact I got anxiety. I have generalized anxiety disorder as well as anxious attachment and CPTSD. They're not a good combination to have. So obviously, in a relationship, the person, like, I have done work on myself, but I have to consistently work on myself. It's hard because in anxious attachment, you want to hear from the person frequently. You want communication to go smooth. You want communication every day from them, often multiple times a day. You want reassurance from them. You want to know that if they're posting like loads of hot photos on their Instagram or whatever, that, you know, hopefully they're including you in some of those. So they're not just getting all the attention on them, so you're included in their life. And also, you know, you want to, you're thinking about their motive, like, oh, I'm anxious. Why are they doing that now? Like, they're getting all the women attracted to them and stuff like that. It's an insecurity, right? But these insecurities do crop up, whether you're avoidant or anxious. They tend to crop up more when you're anxious, to be honest, because avoidants tend to push people away who come out across as too needy or wanting too much attention or wanting too much communication. Avoidant and anxious attachment are the worst combination. Unfortunately, the ones that usually are highly attracted to each other. Hugster Duke. The two micro labels that tend to work for me are Ago and Cuyo, aka what the fuck I found out. That's funny. I think a lot of things are like that, aren't they, these days? WTH. But yeah, so if an anxious and avoidant go together, so what we'll do, anxious, there's a problem in the relationship, want to sort it out now. Avoidant, oh my god, there's a problem, I can't deal with this, it's too much pressure, I just want to avoid it and I want to go off on my own for a walk for hours. I want to not tell them when I'm coming back if they're not a healthy person, they're avoidancy. I just don't want to deal with it, don't want to talk about it, I'll change the subject, purposely avoid talking about it, and not share how I really feel about it. Right, shut down. If an avoidant and anxious person are healthy, like the anxious person really wants to sort it out there and then, but if an avoidant person says, look, I can't, I have to think about it, or it's taking me by surprise, or I'm really like feeling like overwhelmed right now, but I know it's important to you because I know that you get anxious about these things, so please just give me like an hour or two to think about it. Still love you, still want to be in a relationship with you, but I just want time to think about what you said. So but I will come back to you at a certain time, right? I'm not going to leave you for days on end to like worry and stress and make you more anxious, right? This type of thing, you know, you have to like, both have to try and work things out, but it's very difficult. And there are a lot of unhealthy avoidance where they just don't do the work on themselves, like, you know what I mean? And you know, it can be difficult. Ryan, my girl is sweet. Oh, I'm glad you got a sweet girl. That's good. That's good. It's good you appreciate her as well. So when we look for a relationship, no matter what sexual orientation they are, we need to be looking at other qualities besides whether they can have sex or not. But obviously, if you're a person who loves sex and an asexual person comes into your life who hates it, that is not going to work. So it's just not compatible. There are asexuals that make it work with sexuals. So how does this work, right? How does it work? Okay, because some people are together, right? So if the sexual person doesn't necessarily have to be a heterosexual, it could be a bisexual person, is okay with not having sex at all in a relationship. They have a sex drive, that they can please themselves, they can masturbate, for example. You know, they can take care of that themselves. They don't need someone to do that for them. They're quite happy to just do that for themselves. If the asexual person is okay with them watching porn to do that too, that's up, you know, that would need to be discussed. Some asexuals are not comfortable with that. I personally wouldn't be. I don't care if a guy masturbates in a relationship if he's with me, but I don't want him doing it over other women personally. But if he likes that, you know, I don't want to be controlling or restrictive. So I need to find a guy who doesn't do that. Do you know what I mean? Because if he does that, which most guys do, that I come across personally, then that's okay. He doesn't need to change, but he's not suitable for me. Unless, of course, he decides that it's a really disgusting habit and if he thinks it's a disgusting habit. Some people love it. Some people are open about it, you know, and they think it's absolutely natural and no problem with it, right? But if he thinks like, you know what, porn is really addictive, I'm definitely going to give it up for myself, because if he gives it up for his partner, it's going to be no good anyway. And I'm not even interested in that. And I'm purposely just going to change my life that way. That's different. But usually, if they're doing it, they're going to be doing it. Unless they've made a conscious decision years down the line, probably when they're older, they don't need that anymore, then it's going to happen, right? So I personally see that as cheating. I'm not interested in a guy who's doing that over other women while in a relationship with me. And the majority of guys do that. Even a lot of asexual guys I've come across do that. And I'd rather stay single. I really would, because I can't control them. I don't want to control them. I don't want them to change for me. I want them to not be like that in the first place, so they're compatible with me. Do you see the difference? So you shouldn't go into a relationship with someone based on them changing something about themselves. You have to go into a relationship with someone based on who they actually are right now in this moment. This is something we make major mistakes of, a lot of us. We date or get into relationships with someone based on potential of what they can do, rather than what they can actually do, maintain and sustain over a very long period of time, forever, if you're going to be with them forever. Right? So there are people that I've come across, guys on dating sites, and they say they can be without sex. But just saying they can be without sex without being able to consciously know they can do that forever, if I want a forever relationship, is no good to me. Greetings from the Netherlands. Hello. So you've got to ask the person, if you're an asexual person and a heterosexual person says, hey, I can live without sex, right? One is they might just be saying that because they love talking to you and they don't want to give you up. And especially if they haven't heard much from other people in a while, they like the attention, right? Two is just because they can be without sex in the moment doesn't mean to say they can do it forever. Another thing is they could be without sex with you, but still want sex with other people. So you have to be very careful when you're on dating sites. If you're an asexual person who comes across someone and says, I can live without sex. Because it's not as simple as I can live without sex. It's like, can you really? How long for? With everyone? Do you know what I mean? So, for example, I'm a sex repulsed asexual. I want to be in a serious monogamous relationship, maybe one day with the right guy, right? But if that guy can't live without sex forever, he needs it, wants it, he'll feel like restrained or restricted without it. That's not going to be the right guy for me. I'm not going to be the right girl for him. Do you know what I mean? If a guy is, through his life experiences, for example, has come to the conclusion, you know what? I'm not really bothered about sex. I haven't had it in like 6 years, not because I don't experience sexual attraction, but just because opportunities never presented itself. I've actually been single for a long period of time, or me and my last partner didn't do that at all. And, you know, I'm really not missing it. I'm not bothered about it. You know, sure, my mates talk about whatever, but I'm not even interested. It doesn't really bother me. You know, and they genuinely think they could live without it, then, you know, that's something that more likely can work. However, they can still get into a relationship with you, end up kissing you, and then decide, actually, I really want sex with you, now you're kissing me. So just because they get into a relationship with you doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to maintain and sustain that. And that's the difficulty. So we have to be seeing if we can be with someone who's consciously aware of themselves. What do I mean about that? This means where a person is able to self-analyze, self-reflect, and understand their own needs, desires, and wants in dating and a relationship. So the person has to be able to analyze themselves. Like when they feel something for someone, what type of attraction do they feel? What are they feeling inside? Are they feeling insecure? I can tell when I'm insecure. I'll have a thought and I'm like, that's an insecure thought. So I label it. This is an insecure thought, right? I do have insecurities, right? I'm honest, right? I'm not perfect. I have my flaws, right? And somebody like, this is an insecure thought right now, right? And so I'm able to analyze that. And I think when you bring self-awareness and know that you're not perfect and you have flaws and you have difficulties that other people might find difficult about you, but you have to find someone who can accept your flaws and not punish you for them or dismiss you for them, but actually embrace it as part of you, and they love all of you. So it's very important that we understand ourselves in order to be good for ourselves and for other people. Like, why do we behave the way we do? Why do we have feelings the way we do? What made us feel that way? Because often, like, people can have arguments or disagreements, and it's actually like an underlying reason. Like, if I haven't heard from a guy, for example, say I was in a relationship, I hadn't heard from the guy all day. As an anxiously attached person, that would worry me. I'd be very, very worried. I'm thinking, why hasn't he messaged me? Is he losing interest? Is he busy with something else? If I was really thinking really negative and insecure, it'd be like, is he talking to another girl? If he's on dating sites for hours and he's not spoken to me, and it's a dating site scenario, then probably he is talking to other girls. Realistically, that's what he's doing, right? Do you know what I mean? If you see someone online that's on a dating site going on and offline, but they're not talking to you yet, have spoken to you before, they are talking to other people, right? It's just like, just forget even being with them and just like end up blocking them, right? But just like notice their behavior, but notice your own behavior and what's coming up for you. A person who really loves you will want to try to help you to feel as secure as possible, but with their own boundaries in place and their own needs and desires. Like in relationships, like if two people, for example, want to go out together, but they both want to go to different places, then you have to talk about like what to do. Like, do you go to one place one day for a date, then the next week you go to the other place the person wants to go? Or are you both going to be miserable doing that? This type of thing. So it requires a lot of open, honest communication. All of these things are for any sexual orientation. But do you see how sexual orientation is very important, but it's also not the be all and end all of what's important in a relationship? So for if you're asexual, like I said, make sure when you're on dating sites that you are speaking to someone who's not just thinking, yeah, I can live without sex on a whim, but actually could, if you are a person who, you know, needs a forever relationship without sex, make sure that it's not just a whim they're doing that on. Make sure that it's just, you know, they can really commit to that, which some guys can for a short period of time. They can't sustain it. Just like they can't sustain a serious committed relationship because they're always on the high of like swipe, swipe, swipe. Do you know what I mean? Some guys, you know, like this guy in chat now, I get tons of girls. How is that something to be proud of? You can get tons of girls. I can get tons of guys that kiss me or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, and just because I can kiss a lot of guys, you know what I mean? I'm not interested in having sex. If I had sex and liked it, got loads of offers. I know that I could. Do you know what I mean? I could get tons of guys, but does that make it? What does that mean? How is that great to boast? I can get a lot of guys or I can get a lot of girls. What does it do to anyone really? Like, it's not difficult, is it? Do you know what I mean? Getting someone is not the difficult part, right? Actually being a serious, committed, caring, healthy, sustainable relationship where you're not cheating. Neither of you's cheating. You can have open, honest communication, feel happy and good. More than bad in a relationship. That's what's hard. Getting tons of girls is not hard. Getting tons of guys is not hard. All you have to do is certain things. Flirt, say the right words, do certain gestures. You know, especially if you're watching certain channels that tell you how to do manipulation and all that rubbish, right? And give the seesaw effect, right? There's something called the seesaw effect. So if you're actually in a relationship with a guy or dating a guy or whatever gender, and they're making you having up and down emotions, actually makes you more attracted to them, like an addiction. But that's what it is. It's addiction. It's not love, and it's not actually caringness, and it's not healthy for you. But that's the way a lot of dating sites as well, their dopamine hits, and that's the way a lot of them are working to keep you addicted to the site and addicted to going on there with little short bursts of, like, you know, dopamine. Oh, I got a ping. Do you know what I mean? But getting loads of people is not the goal. It shouldn't be, unless you're literally just wanting to hook up all the time. It should be that getting the one special person, or if you're polyamorous, more than that. But if you're monogamous, getting the one special person that you can actually tell your truths to, that you can be naked in your soul with, not naked physically with, unless you're that way inclined and like sex, etc. But do you know what I mean? That you can actually express yourself, right? Most people are living different lives. They got a face to the world and a mask up, you know, the rest of the time, right? They're not sharing their feelings and emotions. They're closed off a lot of the time, right? If you're not getting enough attention, love, and attraction in your relationship, most of the time you'll go elsewhere for it, because you'll look for the thing that's missing instead of actually spending time trying to make it work, as in talking about how you're feeling. Like right now, I'm not feeling attractive, for example. I mean, I am, but I mean, if you're in that scenario and say right now you're not feeling attractive, and analyze why that is your partner saying you look as gorgeous as when they first met you, or as that stopped? Have they stopped giving words of affirmation? Have they stopped looking at you with enthusiasm and curiosity? Have they stopped being enthusiastic about you? Have they stopped paying you attention? Have they stopped, if you're a person who got together with someone and used to praise each other's looks, have you stopped doing that? The amount of people I come across who've stopped doing the things they did originally to get the person, they've just stopped it, and then they're looking elsewhere outside of the relationship for it, or they're deeply unhappy in it. They're not getting it. That's because people aren't consistent and persistent. They think, oh, I got the person, now I'll give up. So actually keeping someone in a healthy relationship is the most hardest thing to do in the world. There you go. I hear some anxiety, I think. I really hope you find someone who comforts and supports you in your choices. Yes, like I said, I have generalized anxiety disorder. I'm very open about that. I was diagnosed officially with it in 2012, but I've had anxiety before I was born. I have pre-birth trauma. I was a distressed baby in the womb for hours, over 15 and a half hours. So I have anxiety before I even popped out the womb. It is what it is. So yeah, I have an actual anxiety disorder, and I have an anxious attachment style as well, to boot. 2 lots of anxiety. Well, hey, I don't have social anxiety anymore, as in I can go out socializing. That took me years to get over myself and get through. That was very difficult for me. I only used to ever be able to talk to one person one-on-one all the time and never be in a group. And I do go to group meetups and stuff now. I used to run asexual meetups in my city for 5 years. So yes. Ryan, I'm a painter, so I kind of wear a mask. Sound meant to be a joke. Sorry, I joined the stream late. Ha. I'm single and plan to stay that way. Right, okay. Yeah, I'm very open about my anxiety. The reason I like Matthew Hussey as a coach and mentor, because I pay for his private Love Life Club membership. I spoke about that earlier. Matthew Hussey is the world's #1 dating relationship coach. So is because as well, really why I relate to him, think he's good, is because he has an anxious attachment style, which he's worked on a lot more to be secure now with his wife. But he comes from an anxious attachment background, and he openly admits the unhealthy behaviors he had because of that, and how he's like overcome them. He's like, even if you do incremental steps to get better and better, it's still better than not doing anything about it, And so he has anxious attachment. And so, yeah, but he's worked on it a lot. So people who have got insecure attachment styles can become more secure. I would say my anxious attachment style is still an insecure attachment style. I'm not fully secure. I am more secure in myself. When I'm by myself, I'm good. It's when I'm in a relationship I have the problem. I think it's because I've not found a healthy guy for me. That's why, and someone who's really compatible with me. I tend to have had a lot of avoidance in relationships and dating scenarios, even friendships. I found out, I'm like, oh my gosh, like I keep end up in dynamics with people avoidant attachment, which is the worst match. I'm like, avoidance and anxious people just don't really go well together in general, because they want the opposite things and feel secure in the opposite ways. And so it's, but opposites attract, that's a problem. So it's kind of really difficult. Yeah. So I think probably I would be more, obviously, like usually an anxious attached person or a avoidant attached person is better to be with a securely attached person. Either of those are. But I still think I'd probably be better with another anxious attachment person than avoidant. Do you know what I mean? But anxious attached people can have difficulties between them because they can both activate their own anxieties. Do you know what I mean? Instead of it being healthy, as in growing together, sometimes it can work, and other times it can just activate and make the other one more anxious inadvertently, or do you know what I mean? So it depends on how the anxious people are together. sometimes you have to like be honest about that, saying, oh my gosh, you know, I've noticed, because one person become more anxious because the other person's anxious, can have a knock-on effect. So there are difficult. So I know like people who are couples that are both avoidant in the couple. That works quite well. It's not very healthy because, you know, two avoidants are avoiding deep intimacy, like in terms of emotional connection, in terms of having difficult conversations, in terms of having those hard conversations where you really explore your differences. And, you know, they're kind of avoiding these difficult conversations, avoiding. I mean, obviously, if they've done a lot of work on themselves, then that's better. But if they're just avoiding like intimacy, not in terms of necessary physical stuff, but in terms of sharing secrets, talking about the hardest things, you know, in their life, talking about the difficulties in the relationship, talking about what they want more of in the relationship, these type of things. And it's like not really a healthy relationship, but it's good for them in terms of they're both avoidant. So they're both avoiding things, difficult, deep intimacy things, like difficult conversations and deep feelings. And they're just talking about general stuff to each other. But they're both comfortable with that because neither of them's expecting the other one to have difficult conversations, uncomfortable, and share their feelings. But this can, you know, obviously it can leave them both feeling like isolated at times, misunderstood by the other person, lonely at times. Do you know what I mean? There's disadvantages to that, but it can work well for them because they're both avoidant. So they feel much less pressure, much less neediness from the other person, more space from each other because they're both avoiding. Crazy, right? But this is how it goes. For a man, it's different, I think. Men are more sex orientated than women. It's how they express their feelings versus women who express their feelings in all different ways. Well, I think traditionally that's a valid point, Rhaegar. Traditionally, if we're talking in heteronormative ways, then men tend to be more physical and women tend to be more emotional if we're stereotyping. But there are asexual guys. There are a lot of asexual guys, but there does tend to be more women in the asexual community and more non-romantic asexuals in general. So there tends to be aromantic asexuals more than romantic asexuals. Aromantic or aromantic, as most people pronounce it. Absence of romantic attraction, asexuals. There tends to be much more of them than romantic asexuals, which is not good for me because I'm a romantic asexual. I'm hyper romantic, actually, excessively romantic. So, and I'm not attracted to women, girls, you know, and there's more girls, women, you know, in the asexual community. But I come across quite a lot of guys in the asexual community because I'm only interested in guys. So I zoom in on guys, you know, but there's certain groups. I run 6 asexual groups and there's quite a lot of guys in those groups actually. But there's some groups I go in and it's like nearly all women posting about what they want in a relationship, you know, in some asexual groups. So I don't know if it's also because of society. Like if you heard what I said about the TEDx thing that went, you know, go back and look at that bit again. If you were new here, came in later. But you know what I mean? I think there's quite a lot of stigma and shame in a guy admitting that he doesn't want sex. And it's, you know, if he's asexual. I think he's less likely to come out about it because with women, because there is more stereotypes about women loving for an emotional connection and men seemingly to be more interested in sex, that would make it even harder in that way for guys to come out about the fact they're asexual and not interested in sex, don't get the need, urge, or want for it, right? It'd be harder for them, be seen as unmanly. And also that's a big problem in general, that a lot of traditional teachings for guys, it's like in order to be a man you've got to be macho and not show emotions and be strong all the time, whereas we know from mental health groups that actually there's a lot of mental health problems with guys. From what I understand from other channels I've watched and researched, it tends to be that suicides are higher in terms of rates with guys. There's a major crisis. And if I watch a lot of podcasts, and it seems that these days guys can find it hard to know what to do because it's like they've got this traditional teaching from their parents or handed down to them about what makes a man, yet it doesn't necessarily fit into the 21st century mold or 21st century way of being, right? And a lot of mental health problems in guys comes from them feeling ashamed of sharing their feelings, ashamed of sharing their emotions, that they haven't got all their shit together inside, that they're emotional wreck inside sometimes, that they're insecure themselves, that they do get jealous, they do get, worried about a girl leaving them, they do get worried about their looks and all this type of thing. So it's difficult, and there needs to be a lot more talked about guys expressing their feelings, because it's healthy. Whoever you are, it's healthy for you to express your feelings. But if you naturally go towards avoidancy tendencies, you want to avoid your feelings because it makes you uncomfortable. But by sharing your feelings, it helps you to dissolve them and work through them, which is very important. Like, there's a lot of stigma still about you should avoid feelings and don't talk about it, push it down. That's actually not healthy. In order to grieve, for example, we need to cry and work through those emotions and come out the other side of them. If you don't do that, you'll end up keeping them inside you and eventually probably exploding, having a breakdown years to come, like taking them out on someone or something that's not actually the issue, having unhealthy behaviors like aggression or shutdownness and stuff like that. So I don't even know if shutdownness is a word. But yeah, so in my opinion, the best types of relationships are where a male, in terms of male and female, right, there's different genders, right, non-binary, gender fluid, intersex, different genders, right? But if we're talking about traditional male and female, or if we're talking about any gender, actually, I think we should all be able to have what people call traditional male traits and traditional female traits and meet in the middle. Like, if a guy, for example, doesn't know how to express his feelings and emotions and doesn't do that, it's harder for him to connect with a woman, right? If we're just doing stereotypical gender examples, right? It's harder for him to connect with a woman. She doesn't feel truly seen and heard, right? If he can't connect with her emotionally. And if the guy feels it's all his responsibility to do absolutely everything in the house, and she can't even fix a light bulb or do anything for herself, a guy feels like put upon and like sometimes overwhelmed, like it's just too much. Why can't she just do something for herself? Why should I have to do everything for her? And so I think there has to be an element of every person having their own weaknesses and strengths. Obviously, some people can do a lot more practical stuff around the house than other people, whatever gender they are, and vice versa. I actually think guys are better cooks than women. That's my own personal opinion. But then I'm rubbish at cooking and I'm female, so I'm very biased in that way. But I just, in general, but that's probably because I've been around guys far more than girls in my life. I think most of my friends in my past have been guys and women. But my mum makes good roast potatoes. So my mum makes very good roast potatoes usually. And so anyway, but in general, I like to be cooked for by guys. So that's probably why I'm a bit biased towards that, right? But my point is that whatever gender, you've got to meet in the middle. So if guys cannot emotionally relate to women and share their feelings, emotions, have that deep emotional connection with a woman, they're missing out on fulfilling the absolute best potential in terms of being a teammate and having that deep emotional connection that makes it so special and rare to get that relationship, right? They're missing out. Same as a woman is missing out if she can't do anything for herself. She's missing out on some independence, some self-reliance, some self-worth, some self-esteem, right? And in order to understand each other, you kind of have to meet in the middle. I have some male traits that I'm quite proud of. I'm female, clearly. I like being female. I like my long female hair, right? But I have some male traits and I'm happy with those. I'm like cool with them, right? I love them, to be honest. So I think we need to get away from stereotypes, but we need to understand that, yes, heteronormatively, male and female are supposed to be different. Like, men's supposed to be more physical, women's supposed to be more emotional. But it's also how we're conditioned and trained a lot of the time. Or particularly guys are trained and conditioned a lot to not show their emotions and feelings. They're kind of told that, right? And have it drummed into them. So that's why a lot of people got mental health issues. A lot of guys have got mental health issues because it's societal expectations. And when you start realizing we can only understand each other if we have some sort of comprehension of what the other one's going through physically, mentally, emotionally, and we're able to grasp what they're going through and what they want and need, can we come together and actually form a bond? Do you know what I mean? You can't really form a bond if you're not able to understand the mind of the other person, how it works and their emotions. So I think those of us who are ace cis men and sex averse, like I must defy them mum, based on what you say, Sandra. My romantic attraction is towards feminine presenting folks, regardless of gender. Ah, very interesting. Oh, like you're cis man, are you? Sex averse. I didn't know that you're a guy, cis guy. That's very interesting. So, so I'm trying to read. I don't know if some of these comments are actually questions to me or if they're just people chatting to us, to each other. Do you believe that are super abusive in some aspects of society just as much as men are in other aspects? And the pain is as big for men as it is for women, and that women should be imprisoned. More women in prison is what your title is, right? I think if someone has done something like sexually abuse someone, regardless of gender, then they should face a prison sentence or some sort of like crime punishment. Do you know what I mean? Like, there is no excuse for sexual abuse, for example, no matter what sexual orientation you are. Do you know what I mean? There's no excuse for abuse, full stop. So I think that I know of, I've been told by some people, some like signed male at birth people, some guys as well, that there are abusive women. There are women who sexually abuse guys, and it's something that's not talked about a lot. But there are women who sexually abuse guys. There are I only know about this because obviously other people have told me. And there are women, family members, who have abused male members of their families. So regardless of gender, like a crime, something illegal that's actually hurt someone who's that's abusive, there should be justice for that. I mean, I wouldn't go around specifically making a vendetta against women saying more women need to go to prison, because I would ask why are you going around specifically like aiming for that in your life? Do you know what I mean? Because I don't think it's a case of more women should go to prison. I think it's a case of more people who've abused other people should pay penalties and have justice done for the victim of the abuse. They should go to prison regardless of gender. So I don't think it should be aimed at women. And I think far too many people get off with sexual abuse situations. Some of them are very difficult to prove, though, either way. Very difficult to prove. Like, I've had a guy in a nightclub. Technically, that was sexual abuse, what he did. He put my hand on his penis through his trousers. That was in a nightclub. Technically, that is sexual abuse. He was a guy I was dancing with, and I told him I didn't want sex. I didn't say I was asexual, but I told him I didn't want sex. He's like, oh, why don't you want it? And then I think I did actually say, oh, I'm asexual and sexual orientation. It's like, oh, thanks for being honest. But there was another time I saw him, he actually grabbed hold of my hand and put it on his trouser. This is a few years ago, as an adult. Do you know what I mean? And, you know, that's technically sexual abuse. Should he have gone to prison for doing that? Do you think that that would have warranted him actually going to prison? Well, only you can decide that, right? I don't think it's good what he did, right? I don't think that's good at all. Should he have gone to prison for that? Or should he paid a fine for that? Or should he have been pulled up about that? Do you know what I mean? It's like, what do you know, technically that is sexual abuse. It's like sexual assault, isn't it? But should a person go to prison for doing that one thing? Depends who defines justice and what they think's bad, and sexual abuse is all sexual abuse, isn't it? It's also a guy trying his luck. Do you know what I mean? So I haven't seen him again since. I wonder why. But you know what I mean? That's what he did. That's not good to do that to me. That was only a few years ago. Do you know what I mean? After I found out I'm asexual, you know what I mean? I don't know, was it 5 or 6 years ago now? Anyway, it's not good, right? So I said it depends on what the person did, not the gender. If it's something bad, there should be justice. Yeah. So Scott Davis, do you think it's okay to get yourself off? I don't know how I feel about it. I think if people want to masturbate, people should masturbate. It's up to them, isn't it? It's their body. I don't think it's anyone's right to tell someone else what they can do or do not with their own body. I used to think it was disgusting personally, but I've changed my mind about it. I actually think it's an act of self-love. So I have a different view about masturbation now, personally. I never tried it till I found out I'm asexual, so I never had it for years. Never did that with myself. When I tried it, I'm like, what's the big deal about it? Do you know what I mean? So I think it's okay if people want to do that. I don't watch porn. If I ever do that, I don't watch porn to do that. I don't need porn. I think it's just a myth that people need porn, but you know, a lot of people rely on porn because they're used to porn. So you know, I respect the fact that some people believe they do need porn to do that. That's up to them. But I think people should be free to do what they want, so long as they're not hurting one and committing crime and doing abusive stuff towards each other. You know, it's not good. So yeah, I think it's fine. So yeah, I used to really hate it. I used to really hate masturbation. It used to make me feel physically sick. I used to hate the idea of touching myself. Actually, when I was in a serious committed relationship, I used to not mind the guy touching me in a serious committed relationship, not outside of a relationship, with my consent, not like the guy in the nightclub. Do you know what I mean? Because I used to be naked. I don't even like let a guy see me naked these days. I'm not interested. I'm really not. But I used to prefer a guy doing that type of thing for me than me myself. But now I've changed my opinion. I think it's an act of self-love. I'd rather me touch my body than have a guy touch my body. I've changed my mind completely on that now. I mean, I'm not saying I don't want sex ever again, but sometimes I think, would I like a guy touching me down there? I'm not sure 100% if I'd never want that, but in my experience, I wouldn't want that. In my, do you know what I mean? I don't know if because when I first found out I'm asexual, I thought I don't mind some touching, but down, you know, the bottom half, not the top half. But do you know what I mean? I don't mind that. That's what I thought when I first found out I'm asexual, and kissing, but that's my limit. And the last number of years, I've changed my mind on that. I'm like, nah, I really don't want that at all. I just want the kissing and his hands around my back. So, do you know what I mean? But, you know, you can have leeway with yourself. And I think it sometimes depends on the person, how comfortable you feel physically around them as well. But, you know, everyone knows their own mind. So, but I think it's fine if people want to masturbate. I think it's fine. Porn is addictive, though. There is problems with porn. Do you know what I mean? It's widely known that it's very addictive. And, you know, some people, you know, there are people that are doing those videos. There are underage girls and stuff like that, and trafficked and stuff like that. So that is a big, major problem in the porn industry. And they're doing illegal stuff, some of them. And some of them are doing stuff against their will. And it is under duress and abuse. That's where I have a major problem with it. Do you know what I mean? I think it really exploits women's bodies, but, you know, obviously some guys are naked, I think, as well. I'm not interested, but I don't get involved in that. But, you know, But yeah, I think if people want to do that, it's up to them. I do think it's self-love now. So I'd much rather touch my body and I know how it works. I know what can make me happy and excited and release or whatever. And I just do that for myself if I want occasionally, whatever. Then it's like cool, isn't it? I don't have to bother. And plus I know I can do it without hurting myself much and all that lot. It's just much easier, really, to please myself in that respect. Plus, I think it makes you a lot more self-sufficient and not needing a relationship, because a lot of people need a relationship for the sexual aspect and to have some person in your genitalia down there. That's why they, if they think about it, if you take that away and you just do all that yourself, like, then you can question if that person's right for you, because you might be getting with someone just because of sexual attraction or because you want them to do things to your genitalia to make you release, whereas you could just do that for yourself and then get a better quality person for yourself. I mean, if I was in a relationship with a heterosexual guy and he really had sexual feelings he had to release, then he would have to, like, masturbate in the relationship. But if he was a guy who masturbated to porn and over other women's pictures, I wouldn't like that. I'd see that as cheating. So I prefer to be single and him to be with another girl. I don't need that in my life. Yeah, definitely what we do with our own bodies is our own business. I was just joking. I thought this was the point of the channel. Well, it's not a joking channel. It's an actual, like, question. Yeah, I mean, it is a channel about asexuality, but some asexuals do masturbate. It's talked about a lot in my asexual perspectives, but do grab a copy of this if you haven't already got it. It's on Amazon. So if you're new to asexuality or just want to understand the asexual spectrum better or hear from different points of view of asexuals about love, life and sex, this book's available on Amazon. Just type in asexual perspectives, 47 asexual stories. It will come up. It's really insightful. It talks about all types of things that people are afraid to ask about asexuality, such as, do asexuals watch porn? Do they masturbate? Do they have kinks? Do they do BDSM stuff? All the questions you're afraid to ask. Do you know what I mean? So, but yes. Doesn't mean aversion to self-pleasure, which is why I asked. Well, some asexuals do have an aversion to masturbation. I have to make that clear. Not every asexual is comfortable with it. I used to feel very sick about it. So some asexuals don't participate in any masturbation. They don't like any sexual stuff. They don't like any sexual touching. They don't like anything to do with genitalia, and their own included. I have to make that clear. So for the people that are repulsed by this conversation because they're sex repulsed and masturbation repulsed, I do apologize. So, right, any abuse is off limits. Okay. Right. Yeah. So asexuality is a sexual orientation based on a lack of sexual attraction, as I explained in the beginning of this video twice, but I'll explain it again. Lack has two meanings. One, it can mean you've got none of it, or two, it can mean you've got not enough of it. So there's pure asexuals, which experience no sexual attraction whatsoever, or there's grey asexuals, which can experience, or do experience sexual attraction, but only under limited, rare, or specific circumstances, or they experience it, but not enough to want to act on it. So even asexual or change the definition to little to no sexual attraction. But that doesn't actually include demisexuals, even though they changed it to include grey asexuals, and demisexuals is actually a grey sexual orientation. It doesn't actually really include them, in my opinion, because demisexuals don't experience any sexual attraction. That's how they fit under the grey asexual spectrum, until a deep emotional bond has been obtained, maintained. I can't even speak now. Being obtained, maintained, and sustained. My mind kind of mixes words together sometimes and mashes them up. So then, if a demisexual has got that deep emotional connection, they can experience the full range of sexual attraction, just like a heterosexual person can with that one person they've got a bond with. Which, in that case, they're not then experiencing little to no sexual attraction. They're experiencing the full range of sexual attraction. That's why I personally have a problem with the newer definition. It's been around for a few years now, because I don't think they took that into consideration. So that's why I stick to the original definition of asexuality as a lack of sexual attraction, Lack, people think it just means none of, but lack has like two meanings. Like I said, one is I'm talking about this in one of my books, or more of my books. It means lack of, it means having none of, or not having enough of. So actually, the lack of sexual attraction is a better definition to be fully inclusive of everyone on the asexual spectrum, in my personal opinion, based on what I've just said. So that's why I don't go by the newer definition. So right. Today the 6th International Asexuality Day. Sandra's talking about dating, relationship dynamics as an asexual ace person. Yep. So although it's the 7th now in the UK, but it's probably still the 6th in some other countries. What are your thoughts on infidelity? Okay. So infidelity is when someone's cheated, right? I personally do not agree with cheating. I'm going to put some more water in my mug. I personally think there's absolutely no need for it, right? I think if you are going to cheat on someone, then you should literally split up with them. I don't think there's any need for cheating whatsoever, right? This is not the same as polyamory, right? If someone's truly polyamorous, right, it means they're openly with all their partners having a relationship with other people. Everyone's in agreement and they have agreements together, right? This is polyamorous relationship, right? People having a polyamorous relationship is consensual if it's a healthy, proper polyamorous relationship, and boundaries are talked about and dynamics are discussed. A lot of open, honest communication, and everyone is knowledgeable, right? When someone says they're in an open relationship, but the other person doesn't know it's open and doesn't know they're having sex with other people, that is a form of infidelity and cheating, because it's not true polyamory. And I personally do not agree with it and don't like it. And I personally think once someone's cheated, that's it. They can always be like that. However, there is a guy on YouTube, very famous guy in the relationship space, called Jimmy on Relationships. Now, this guy has transformed himself to once cheating on his wife to actually being kind of like an expert, but not a psychologist or psychiatrist on relationships now. Healthy relationships. He's very, very well known if you follow relationship, dating. Well, it's more like relationship advice and dating advice, serious relationship advice. Right, you can look him up, Jimmy on Relationships. So he did actually cheat on his wife. He admits this openly, and he changed himself to become a much healthier person and doesn't do that. And so he actually changed himself from having cheated on his wife to not being like that ever again, and actually turning his whole life around and realizing all the mistakes he made, all the bad, unhealthy behaviors he had, and he's worked on himself loads. So that happens to be that guy who's changed. And I do believe he's changed. I don't believe he would be doing his channel now and the way he talks about relationships and so knowledgeable if he did not have actually changed. I do accept that he's changed. I believe that about him. It warrants me believing him, right? But in general, I don't think people change. I think once a cheater, always a cheater, usually, the majority of the time. But I do have experience personally that one of my ex-boyfriends, when I was teenager, he used to be 2-timing girls, right? And he did actually change. He became a police officer. He married and has kids, right? And as far as I know, his cheating is well over. He's not that type of guy anymore. So there are a few people that can change in this life. He wasn't with the people he cheated on, right? But there are people that can change. Whereas Jimmy on Relationships actually cheated on his wife and is still with his wife. Thank God he did all the work, otherwise he wouldn't be with her now. Right? And truly has changed. And she had to say that about him. But there are many guys who once they cheat, they just a serial cheater. They just are like addicted to cheating. They just think it's fine, and they can't help themselves. But obviously they could if they wanted to, But they don't want to. They just don't want to change their lives, right? Do you know what I mean? And so I don't personally agree with it. It means they're not open, they're not honest, they're not trustworthy, they're not reliable, they're not consistent. They're consistently cheating probably, but you know what I mean? They're not healthy. They're unhealthy behaviors. And if they are cheating, there's a reason why they're cheating, right? And they should be, instead of going to someone else to get the thing from the other person, they're not getting their primary relationship. They should be going to their primary relationship, not avoiding, because that's probably what they're doing. They're probably an avoidant. Anxiously attached people don't really usually do stuff like this, in my opinion. In my opinion. But I don't know for sure because I haven't seen statistics on this. But I'd say people that are more prone to cheating are probably going to be more avoidant, because that anxious person will be so anxious and insecure usually and worried about the person leaving them. Whereas an avoidant would be avoiding deep intimacy. They would be avoiding the conversations they really need to be having in order not to cheat, and sharing what's on their mind and ways of spicing up their relationship or things that's on their mind and difficulties. But also, they might be shut off and cut off from hearing what the other person wants in the relationship, and they sense something's off. The other person's not the same with them anymore because they're not getting their needs met. No one's getting their needs met. If a person feels like they need to cheat, they're not getting their needs met. They're looking for them, whatever those needs are outside the relationship, where it's spicing their life up because they're bored in the bedroom, they got bored of their life. The people that are more likely to cheat, in general, the ones that are like dopamine addicts that are not disciplined in other areas of their life. I mean, multiple areas of their life. Do you know what I mean? That and the avoidant. In my opinion, this is my opinion. I've got no statistics to back this up. If you have statistics of other things, that's fine. I have no statistics to back these up. I just know that avoidants tend to avoid emotions. They shut down. They don't want to have difficult conversation. They avoid conflict. And those are the very things they need to do in order to maintain and sustain a healthy, committed, loving relationship. Otherwise, both partners' minds wander. Like, this is not feeling good. This is not right. I'm not getting enough attention. My needs aren't being met. I'm getting, talked down at, or we're just the TV's on. I'm bored of this. She's not responding. I'm not feeling attractive to her anymore. I'm not feeling good in the relationship. This is just like bored. All these types of negative things, right? Whereas if they just talk to the person, share how they felt, it would help a lot. However, there are some guys that just love having sex with loads of different women, and they love cheating. They love it. I have spoken to a guy, there's a guy at Meetup, right? On their social media, so I haven't stopped going to that for now because the quality of guys is just not good. But anyway, and I had a stalker there, so a serious stalker who was waiting outside for me and stuff. I talked to the organizer 3 times, I did nothing about it. But talked to him anyway. So where was I going with this? Oh yeah, there's this guy, and he was talking to me with 2 other guys, and he was like lying in talking, and they was denying he was lying, right? And he was lying. He's contradicting himself blatantly. So anyway, one time he was asking me about women and stuff and talking to me. And then he revealed he likes this guy at work and wanted to know if she liked him and what the signs. And so I told him it sounds like she does like him, right? More than a friend. But then he revealed that he cheated on one of his exes. And I said, well, if you are going to... And he says, I would just be worried in case I got into a relationship with this girl, if her dad would be angry with me if I cheated on her. I said, well, if you're already thinking about cheating on this girl at work, then don't get in a relationship with her. Save her the heartache and pain, especially as you told me you just caused pain and heartache to one of your other ex-girlfriends because you cheated on her. I said, don't do that. I said, be on dating sites and literally say, I want to hook up. And just do that and find other women, people that want to hook up. Just be honest. Do not ever get into a serious committed relationship if you can't be serious and committed. If you know you're going to cheat, just don't do it. Just don't hurt someone like that. There's absolutely no need for that behaviour. But some people love it. All he cared about was where he got told off by her father before he even got into a relationship with her, because he couldn't. I said, you clearly can't not cheat, can you? And he basically was like, he goes, oh, you're not going to stop talking to me now, are you? Because you know what I'm like. It's like, well, yeah, I don't really want to talk to you anymore. And he was a lie before then, but I said, oh, so you actually do lie then. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like crazy. So if you know you're going to cheat, right, and you just can't help yourself, then don't get into a serious committed relationship ever. Ever, ever, ever. Just be honest with yourself, honest with the people you meet. Know that people are going to get hurt. Even if you hook up with someone, someone's going to get hurt along the line, because usually one person ends up developing feelings more than the other person does. Usually always happens with casual stuff, even if they don't admit it to you. Even if they say we're just friends. No, we're just friends. If you've hooked up with someone, you create a bond with someone through physicality, through kissing. Do you know what I mean? Even a shared moment, it releases a lot of hormonal chemicals that make you more bonded to that person and experience excitement, like fireworks inside, even if it's just brief. And actually that can affect you more than being in a relationship for a long time. That's why people get bored in relationships, because they're looking for fireworks and excitement 24/7, 365 days a year. In my mind, I'm like, hey ho, I'm here with hyper kissing. You'll always get that with me. That's what's coming up in my mind. The crazy girl, Sandra. I'm telling myself I'm a crazy girl because I'm thinking that's probably what it would feel like with me if they were into kissing like as much as I am. I'd probably stuck to the scene in a lot of the time, but then they can't get on with their lives, can they? Like, you know, they might get bored of kissing. I don't want a guy who's bored with kissing. I love kissing. Do you know what I mean? I need a guy who likes kissing as much as me and doesn't think it's too much kissing. Right, okay. I hope I've answered your question on infidelity, right? So, right, okay. So someone says that's what I thought, always that asexual people are totally against it in any form, but there are layers, it seems. There's also asexual persons who do have sex and are referred to sex fable settings of different aces, don't mind sex but may not care for either. I've spoke about that earlier, but thanks Hugster for saying that, because people miss chat. In your opinion, describe love in a sentence. Well, love means different things to different people. So even if I describe love, I don't know if I could describe love in one sentence, to be honest. But love means different things to different people. And I'm romantic, so I have a romantic slant on it. I think love is... it's a very good question. I think love is a deep emotional connection and bond with someone who you feel comfortable with, that you can be totally at yourself or totally, you know, yourself with, who will have strong boundaries in place, for example, with other women, and who will make, this is what it means for me anyway, who'll make me feel secure, happy, loved, that I know doesn't matter what other woman comes into his life, for example, I'll always know that I'm his foundation and core in terms of a relationship, and they'll be very stable, strong, steadfast, reliable, honest, and able to have open, honest communication and make me feel very comfortable and relaxed around them, and I'll feel safe with them. That's what love looks like to me. So when I picture my guy, I picture an Indian guy actually, who's 23. This is how I picture my soulmate, right? Rightly or wrongly, I don't care what you think, but this is how I picture my ideal Indian. I believe my guy's Indian. I've always thought that since 2014. But anyway, I can picture this guy who's Indian, right? Short, dark hair, clean shaven. He builds websites, can code. And I picture him as 23, but super mature for his age. Really, really mature soul, right? Who's only got eyes romantically for me. As in, yeah, he might think other girls are aesthetically attractive, but he's not zooming in on them. He's not really interested in them that way. And who likes an older girl? Who likes the maturity of an older girl? And no games and messing around, who's literally very boundary driven with other women. I know that it doesn't matter whether he's at a business conference, coding a website for a girl, chatting to girlfriends in a cafe. I know categorically he's not going to go off with someone else because it's not them he's interested. He likes my flavor. He likes my flavor, my aura, my quirkiness, my nuance, my authenticity, and my unique makeup. And that's who and what he's with. And there's not another one like me, and he would make me feel secure and happy, and what he said in his actions and his words would match, because actions and words have to match. You know, if they don't, it's not love. Something else is healthy love, something else, because there's a big difference between love and healthy love. You can have lots of people who love you toxically and unhealthily, but true healthy love is teamwork, reciprocity, equalness, a sense of connection regardless of age. You kind of get each other's wavelength. I really see this Indian guy so strong. I've been able to see him like for years in my visualization. I don't know how, but I believe in soulmates. I believe in reincarnation as well, which is getting really deep and spiritual. It's got nothing to do with asexuality, but I just believe in that. I believe I was with an Indian guy in a past life. I don't know if I'll find him in this one. But that's how I see him. I see this really strong guy who's doesn't care what people think, doesn't care about he's with another older girl, couldn't give a shit, excuse my language, what other people think. Proud to be seen on social media. It's normal for him to just snap pictures of me and him together. He's always putting them, a lot of the time on his social media and stuff. He's just cool. He likes being in my life. I like being his. We're like bestest friends, soulmates, love of our lives, all rolled into one. We're cool. We understand each other. We're chilled with each other, happy with each other, a bit playful with each other. I love kissing, cuddling, holding hands, all that kind of thing. That's how I see it personally. So I can't really describe love in a sentence. I'm a writer, I write books. Oh, you can get my Diary Confessions of a Hyper-Romantic Asexual book if you want to hear more about me and Indian guys in my past. This is a behind the scenes, my real life diary. Very revealing. Very revealing. More revealing than this. Yes. This is on Amazon as well. It's my personal diary. So I've had a lot of red herrings with soulmates. So yeah. Right, okay. Why are you saying boring? What's boring? You're Indian, really? I can't see that from here. British Indian. That's very interesting. I didn't know you were British Indian. I had absolutely no idea. So yes. TikTok wasn't enough. Now this live stream thing has taken over YouTube. Why do people have psychological problems? Well, ask a psychiatrist or psychologist. People of all different sexual orientations have psychological problems, usually because of childhood trauma. I'm sure you've probably had some yourself. The majority of people in this whole world do have psychological problems. If you're trying to imply that people who are asexual have got psychological problems, then that would be very rude and dismissive. But if you're just asking in general, why do people have psychological problems? Because of trauma, because of difficulties in childhood, predominantly with their primary caregivers, and also because people have been abused in relationships and stuff, and because of societal pressures and stereotypes. Do you know what I mean? Societal pressure and stereotypes, they cause a lot of psychological problems because people are expected to perform a certain way, live up to certain expectations, do certain things that society dictates. And, this just isn't going to happen. I mean, it's going to happen under duress if it happens. It's not what people do. People are not like robots. We're not AI. We're human beings. We're all different. And our differences are beauty. It should be celebrated, not torn down. Have some food. Why are you asking me to have some food? Is that because I eat yummy food on this channel? I do need to go and eat something soon, actually. I need to go to the toilet. Should I just leave the live stream and go to the toilet and come back? Could be quite fun. And you can look at a cake. Shall I actually go to the toilet and leave here and carry on talking? And you can just look at the cake. Let's have a look. Shall we do that? Wouldn't that be funny? Let's see if I can do that, shall I? There we go. I'm now going to have an intermittent toilet break because I need one. And you can look at the cake in the meantime. It says, I love every layer of you. Got it? And have a nice chat with each other. I think I need to put another book. These are my books, people. Go and grab a copy. Right, there we go. I'm going to go to the toilet for a break. This cake is going to watch you. Chat in the comments about what cakes you like and why. I'll be back soon. I'm literally doing this. I'm coming back. I'm just getting snacks. That's funny. Right. I'm getting snacks and more water, people. Get your snacks. If you haven't got any, grab some quickly. It's an asexual party, didn't you know? I'm trying to understand this academically. What do you spend hours explaining to people? Don't you get tired? I'm most energetic at night. I get low blood sugar, actually, so it's good someone suggested eating. Looks like a commercial break. Yeah. It's a cake break. There we go. What did I get? I got some... This is my last bit of Easter chocolate. I'm always doing food videos on this channel. Yummy foods. Why? Because I love my food. And there's a saying in the asexual community that cake is better than sex. So I love... Get very excited over food. I get very excited over food. Much more than sex. I'm not interested in sex. Right. So this is raw halo milk and hazelnut truffle scented chocolate. It's allergen free for me, so I have loads and loads of food allergies and intolerances. And I got this for myself for Easter, but I've had gastroenteritis that was really bad, and then I thought I got rid of it, and I still have problems, so I got to be careful what I eat more so than normal. So yeah, but I love indulging in foods, healthy foods mostly, and I really do get very excited about food. Like, this is lush. Don't you find it interesting that this year, International Asexuality Day has been on the same day as Easter Monday? Who licks their fingers? You got to do it, haven't you? It's very good. And then who likes getting crumbs up? So yeah, I really do get a lot more excited about food than a lot of things. I like food. It's nice. So that's the last of my chocolate, which I'm quite sad about now. I can't actually eat cake because of all my allergies. So my plushie is great. So yeah, well, that was nice. So have I missed any comments? Oh, right, okay. Sorry, I missed some. I'm going back to comments now. Right, okay. So, right. So this person was saying, no, I was saying people cheat to change their boring life and for dopamine. I echo what you say. Oh, right, got it. Okay, sorry, I read it wrong. That's the only problem when I'm trying to talk and read chat at the same time. Sometimes it gets out of sync. So I do apologise for reading that wrong. When you said boring, you meant people get bored. It's interesting, you're British Indian. Oh my God, I go quite weird over Indian guys. When I say weird, I go like, I do get a bit girly over Indian guys. I start talking like a little girl sometimes. Oh my God. As soon as you said you're British Indian, I'm like, oh my God. I didn't actually know that. I remember I was talking about Indian guys the other day and I had 2 in chat. That's so funny. I didn't even realise. So yeah, so thank you for echoing what I say. So yeah, people get bored, right? What you can do, can you do some ASMR? I think I can. If you listen to my yummy foods videos, you'll know it's very ASMR naturally. Because I naturally make a lot of nice sounds when I'm eating. But I do have some crackers, so we can do it live if you want. Come and I'll prepare a proper lamb brine for you. You will absolutely love it. I don't eat lamb. Don't eat lamb, pork or beef. So yeah, haven't done that since I was 15. So I only eat turkey, fish and chicken. So unfortunately, I wouldn't enjoy that at all. I don't eat any red meat. No animals. Like that. I do eat animals, but not those ones. I'm very restrictive on my animals. But yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't love that. And I have loads of food allergies and intolerances, which makes things difficult. So this is allergen free for me because there's chocolate, because it's made with coconut sugar. And there's no wheat in it, no gluten in it, no spelt in it, no dairy, no refined sugars or anything like that. So I can't have, so someone says chicken tikka masala. No, can't have that. I can't have sauces. And I can't have added sugar. Can't have any refined sugar. I can't even eat Indian food because it's got sugar in it. Been to an Indian restaurant in my city and they're like, no, it's all got sugar. Sugar's the main component of everything we do. We can't remove it. So I have to eat Thai food sometimes or Chinese food. At the moment, I'm still recovering from gastroenteritis. And I had a Nando's, which I'm usually fine with. And I got a really bad tummy off it because I'm not fully over it. Because the doctor said, keep off spicy food. And I had spicy rice at Nando's. So I can't even have that. And I'm worried because I've got to go to London for my birthday this month for 3 days. Already booked it up. And I can't eat my full range of foods. Like, I normally eat more foods, like more fruit and stuff. But at the moment, I've even got a problem with fruit. And I'm getting hiccups now. So it's not very good. So no, I can't have sugar, refined sugars, wheat, gluten, spelt, dairy, yeast. Can't have apples, can have apple juice, can't have beef, tomatoes. A lot of the time, tomatoes in general are not great. Sometimes I can have, at the moment, can't have any tomatoes. At the moment, I can't even eat peppers, which I usually do eat. So yeah, I basically don't have any sauces. Everything's plain. So these are simply seed crackers. I mean, this is an asexuality celebration, isn't it? Asexuality celebration. Simple seed crackers, original. Alina's. So these have just got seeds in, basically. And I think they're put together with something. But they're gluten-free. Anyway, these are really nice. But they're made up. Like, one person did a review and said they're like bird food. I'm like, well, I don't mind being a bird. Well, not all Indian food is spicy or sugary, just to let you know. So when I went to the Indian restaurant in my city, they said they can't do anything without sugar. So I specifically asked the chef. So do you know what I mean? But I'm not saying everything is, you know, like spicy or sugary. But, you know, they said sugar is a main ingredient, so they can't do it. I found you so cool, though. Thank you. Does that mean I'm not cool now? I've got all these problems with dietary things. Yeah, it looks like bird food. Anyway, I'm glad I found these because they're high in protein, which means they're filling. Let me eat. If you haven't seen my yummy foods videos and you like natural noises, go and watch them. Sometimes I crack myself up when I do it. It's only very difficult to talk and munch at the same time, which is why I got my hand in front of my mouth. But it's very yummy. I end up forgetting people are there watching me. Sometimes I get so into, like, you know, eating and munching that I forget. If you're into sensuality, oh, that's a topic we need to discuss next. Sensuality versus sexuality. So we will be discussing that next in a few minutes. Or a minute or so when I've finished munching. I hope you've got your drinks and food at home. And so they've got a lot of different... I was going to say I could use my magnifying glass, but it's on my phone to read the ingredients out. It's very small. I'm actually long-sighted, but I don't wear glasses. So I have a magnifying glass on my phone. I don't want glasses. Wish I could join. Happy birthday in advance, by the way. Oh, thank you. My birthday, yeah. So I'm booked to go to London, but my tummy is not 100%. I'm trying to get better fully from it. Because I'm limited on what I can eat and where I can eat in London. And I really want my tummy to be fine to be able to eat out, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm going to London for 2 nights, 3 days. My birthday's on the 24th of April, and thank you for the birthday wishes. I really appreciate that. And so I'm going up there actually 23rd, 24th, and 25th of April. And I'm booked for 2 nights, 3 days, but I won't get back till the 26th. So it's kind of like, 3 whole days of you. I'm arriving later in the day on the 23rd, but because I don't get back till the 26th, it makes up for it. And I've got Hercules booked. You know Hercules, the musical? Oh my God, Hercules, the musical is going to be amazing. I can't wait. I've got that booked up. For my actual birthday day, all being well, fingers crossed, I'm going to go to Chessington World of Adventures on my own theme park. I cannot wait. I haven't been able to go on theme park rides for nearly 2 years because I broke my spine in 2024 on the 26th of April, 2 days after my birthday. I went for my birthday, on my birthday week to London, and I broke. I went to Chessington World of Adventures on the 26th of April, and I broke my spine 2 days later at a business event in London. 3 broken bones in my spine. Horrendous. And that's why I'm doing weightlifting. If you see me do weightlifting, people keep going, oh, you're not going to lose weight like that, blah, blah, do this, that, and the other. I am under medical professionals who advise me about what exercises are safe or not. Although I'm not actually I was seeing a physio at the moment, so I have to listen to my previous physios and stuff, right? And so I'm technically on waiting list with pain management physios now because I've been referred. I have a specialist at the hospital, right, who I was referred to. Anyway, that's why I'm doing weightlifting, to strengthen my spine, because I'm not a skinny girl, but I don't think that just because I'm not skinny means I can't be fit, right? You know what I mean? Strength is, you don't have to be skinny to be strong and fit. I want to marry you. I don't want marriage with anyone, but thanks. I'm not interested in sex, marriage, kids, or even living together. My ideal scenario would be the guy lives in my city, just around the corner from me, but not with me. Your weight seems fine to me. Oh, thank you. So yeah. Why? Why don't I want to get married? I mean, why do I want to be tied down like that? You know what I mean? I don't believe in it. I believe a man doesn't treat you well in marriage. That's my personal opinion. And I don't personally want marriage. I don't want to be I don't even like being tied down by jewelry, but I'm very loyal and faithful and committed. But I've got enough experience in life to know people change in relationships. And if you're married to someone and 7 years later or whatever, they change, then you're stuck in a marriage. And it's hard enough breaking up with someone, but you have to break up with them if you're no longer compatible, can't work it out, and it becomes unhealthy for you both and you can't reconcile, right? So what I'm trying to say is it's better not to get married than end up with someone potentially years later that could change and they're not suitable for you anymore. But you're committed in a contract with them, as a legally binding contract. And if you have to get out of it, people do change. Even friends that last year I had to literally leave 2 long-term friendships that became unhealthy for me. One which ended up with a guy being aggressive to me, who was supposed to have been my best friend for years. Totally unexpectedly. It was horrible. And I'm still grieving from that, which is why I'm strongly single now and taking time out for me. I'm getting through it, but it's hard. These are people I trusted for years of my life who I thought were honest. So people can change, or they can surprise you and not be who you thought they were. So I don't think marriage is good, personally, and I don't like being tied down by jewelry. And I'm not housewife type. I don't do housework for a guy. I have disabilities, hidden disabilities. If a guy's going to be in a relationship with me, he has to take care of himself physically, cooking or whatever. I don't have any pots or pans in my home. Housework hurts me. It takes me hours to do. I did a video. I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, right? And in this video, I was cleaning the bathroom, just the bathroom, for nearly 2 hours. I hadn't actually finished it fully then. It was 1 hour and 50 minutes. So I had more to do later on, right? And I said, any able-bodied person who hasn't got the disabilities I've got could probably do this very, very quickly, much quicker than me. And this cleaner came on and said, yeah, it'd take me 30 minutes to do that because I have disabilities. Housework for me is absolutely awful. It takes me hours. It wastes a lot of my life, but I have to do it. So I do the minimal I have to do to get by, to look after myself and keep my flat in good condition. Well, actually, I got praised by the last person who did maintenance and fixed a shower for me, who the letting agency told to fix my shower, right? And my cleaning, because he said it's not moldy in here, it's really good. But that's what, it took me 2 hours to do that, clean all the bathroom. And he you know what I mean? So I can't be doing housework for a guy, cooking that, because I'll just have no energy to do anything I want to enjoy in my life. I have a lot of lack of energy because of my fibromyalgia. I have more energy now because I'm chatting to you and I'm up at night, but I have a dishwasher usually. My dishwasher broke recently. Luckily, Amazon have sent me a replacement. But, I get really tired in the daytime, night, I'm quite hyper. But I have been, when I'm really ill, I do sleep a lot more. Sometimes I sleep for 14 hours because I'm exhausted. So, I want to learn English. You can help me to improve my English. If you want to pay me to help you improve your English, then yeah, I'm not here. I do enough free on this channel. And the fact you think you're entitled to my help just like that is, yeah, not good. Are you coming by yourself for your birthday? I am going to London by myself for my birthday. Yes. Oh, you've seen Hercules and you will love it. Oh my God, you've seen Hercules. I am from Exeter, UK. Someone's asking me where I'm from. I'm from Exeter, UK. There's an extra in America, apparently. How can I connect with you? If you want proper coaching, I charge £80 per one-to-one coaching session. So if you want coaching in how to speak English, that's what you would need to pay up front. And you can connect with me on asexualise@gmail.com. But that is the price I charge. I don't give free one-to-one coaching. I do enough for hours on here. Do you know what I mean? Enough for hours. So it's Asexualise, the name of this channel, asexualise@gmail.com. That's my email address. But I don't give personal free one-to-one advice anymore because I get so many people wanting my help. And you know what I mean? I don't actually have ads on this channel. So I'm not making money directly like that on this channel. But obviously I have bills to pay. Like I have to buy a much more stronger internet connection to be able to do streaming like this all the time. So it costs me a lot more money. So it's £80, Great British pounds an hour for an hour's one-to-one coaching with me. That's what I charge. So that includes my prep time though. So that's how much I charge per hour. And that's paid up front before I do it. But I don't have my calendar open. I only open calendar slots as and when I have someone who's serious. Do you know what I mean? Because my time is very limited. I am really busy at the moment. I am preparing an asexual workshop for Exeter Pride. They approached me on Instagram and this year and asked me to do a workshop, an asexual workshop for Exeter Pride. And I'm busy preparing that. It's taking me days because I haven't been very well. So you're getting the best of me at the moment. Like, I haven't been very well. I was in a lot of pain earlier. That's partly why I saved it to latest live stream. But I love live streaming at night anyway. I am in a bit of pain now, but do you know what I mean? I enjoy connecting with you. Would love to catch up for a pint. Don't mind paying for a session. Would love to. I don't drink alcohol. There's something you should know about me. Paying for a coaching session. Well, if you want to pay for a coaching session, connect with me on my email. My email's in the contacts address here. We'd love to catch up for a pint. Very interesting. I don't actually drink alcohol. I'm up for sometimes if I've video called the person before and I feel safe enough to meet up with someone in public, then sometimes I do. I have met some fans of this channel in person before, but I don't meet anyone without having video call first. Me too either. You know what I mean? I don't, because anyone can be whoever they say they are on the internet. But you can go to my contact information on here. On my channel, it's got contact details. It says my email address, asexualise, asexualise, the name of the channel at gmail.com. It's easy to remember. But yeah. So I don't keep my calendar open. So if you want coaching, then I have to obviously find out a mutual time. Okay. Pint of orange juice. Yeah, I like orange juice. Although my tummy isn't great at the moment. I've got to be careful what I have. At the moment, I'm not even eating much fruit because of like issues. But yeah, I do like orange juice. I also like these crackers. So yeah. But yeah, I like orange juice. I don't even know where you live anyway. You could live miles from me. I wouldn't meet up with you out doing a video call only if I felt comfortable anyway. Do you know what I mean? Busy eating on YouTube. They're very good for protein, for energy, these things. Even though they look like bird food. They got lots of different seeds, by the way. Sesame seed is one of them, but they got other seeds. I think they got linseed in them. They got those husk things. Asylum husks or something are they called? Yeah. I'm very good at the coaching, by the way. I don't have a load of coaching clients, like I said, because I don't advertise it very much. It's on my asexuality side, but don't keep, like I said, I don't keep my calendar open because I literally am very busy. People think I have all the time in the world because I'm sat here chatting to you now. But what I do is I specifically set times where I know I'm going to do something, then I devote my time to it, you know? So I knew as it's Asexuality celebration day, basically, International Asexuality Day, I'm like, you know, I haven't done a live stream for a while. I need to be doing this. And I like hanging out, you know, I get energy. I'm an extrovert, so I get energy from being around people, even online. So loads of introverts get drained. I actually have energy boost. How long will it take me to master English with you? English is not something I usually teach people, to be honest, because I usually talk about asexuality, dating, relationships, identity. That's what I usually focus on. So I don't usually teach English. So that's not actually a huge skill I have. So I'm not sure if you'd be better actually speaking to someone else who's more specialized in that, because I cannot answer that. I don't know what help you would need with English, where it's written or spoken or understanding. They're three different things. But to be honest, it's not my speciality. So there are other tutors out there that specialize in that. Do you know what I mean? My speciality is asexuality, identity in terms of sexuality, and in terms of like, you know, just understanding yourself, accepting yourself, confidence and self-love, dating, relationships, that type of thing, relationship dynamics. That's what I specialize in. That's what I can help you with the most. So to be honest, you might be better going with a specialist who specializes in English, as in tutoring English, which is not my speciality. I'm just being honest with that, because I'd rather be honest and take your money if I can't fully, like, give you the answers you need, if you know what I mean. Wonder if you got a spare hour during your birthday. I live in London, North London. I'm not going to answer that question. I wasn't planning to have any spare hours, but I don't know. I don't know you, so I can't comment. At the moment, I've got huge plans. Like, I pack my whole days out. But yeah, so I don't know. And at the moment, like, for example, on my birthday, when I'm going to Chessington, I don't know what time I'm going to get back to London from that. I have no set time and don't tie myself down to a time of that. So my plan is, like, I've got Hercules fixed for London on the first day I go up there. We're going to talk about sensuality in a minute. So it's a really nice offer, though. I'm not saying I can't answer it, is the actual answer. So it's very interesting you live in London. Don't tempt me. I get very tempted. But yeah, so oh God, when Indian guys talk to me, I can't think of my words. Right, okay. It's very nice of you to ask me. I can't actually answer that at the moment, because one, I'm put on the spot. Two is I don't know you. Three is I've not done a video call with you. Four is I don't even know how to you contact me, because I'm not in contact with you out this channel. 5 is I've only just met you on this channel. I have no idea what you look like or anything about you or your personality or anything. So I can't answer that. But at the moment, I've got a busy schedule. Like, I'm planning on going, the first day I get there, I'm planning on going to Shrek Adventure and Paddington, maybe both together, one or the other or both. That's on the 23rd, and Hercules is in the evening. Then my birthday is Chessington, and then I'll take as long as I'll be there all day, and then it usually takes a couple of hours to get back to London, and then I'll be going for a meal in the evening. And then the next day, I was going to say Thursday, but it's not Thursday. The day after, on the 25th, I'm at London Zoo all day. Packing, leaving my luggage in the hotel and going to London Zoo all day, and then I'll be going for a meal in the evening somewhere. Usually I go to a Thai restaurant. There's a favourite Thai restaurant I have in London called East Street Thai Restaurant. It's absolutely beautiful food and I love it. Can I get a happy ending too? Can you get a happy ending too? Is that a question for me? Someone says they hate me. Okay. God bless you. I wish you well in your life. Thanks for letting me know. Meal, drinks, birthday celebration on me, if you may. Could I squeeze in for an hour in the evening, please? I don't know you, do I? I can't answer that question without having had a video call with you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm out on my birthday all day and I'm not restricting myself to a time to get back to London or anything. I'm not restricting myself to any time. Do you know what I mean? I know in the evening on my birthday, I know where I want to go, probably to a Thai restaurant, but I don't know what time I'd end up there. So I won't go and meet any guy without having video called with him first. I'd need to know, a lot about him before I met up with him, if I choose to meet up with him. So I won't commit to a guy that I don't know for that. Who hasn't even video called me. I don't know his number. I don't know anything about him. I don't know what he looks like. I don't know his aura. I don't know his personality. So I'd have to say, not unless those things were in practice and were suitable for me. Because I won't go out with someone randomly off the internet, you know? Anyway, I'm going to talk about sensuality in a minute. I maximize my time out when I'm away. I'm very, very organized. I'm one of those people who likes to plan everything out and not be restricted by timing. I'm flexible, can wait without any problem. Well, like I said, all the other things would have to be in place first for me to consider that. I would have to have done video calls with you. I'd have to know more about you. How to video call then, if I may ask? You would have to email me first. And connect with me on a platform that does video calling. Subscribe your channel. Good. Yeah. So obviously personal coaching is different to private video call. Do you know what I mean? If someone wants to date me, that's very different. I don't do coaching on a call like that. If someone's interested in me personally, dating me or to meet up with me as a friend or acquaintance or whatever, that's separate. I will not be doing coaching with someone on dating, relationships and other stuff, anything like that. My coaching is business separately, where it's literally coaching client professional. So always state your intention. So if you wanted to video call me to meet up with me for dinner, that's a personal thing. That's not a business thing. Because we're not talking about business, are we? But if you want coaching on dating, relationships, or age, I don't do that as part, they're separate things. Just wanted to make that clear. I don't want someone using me to go, oh, I'm interested in having a drink with you, but really I just want to like talk to you for an hour and dating, relationships and coaching stuff. It's like, no, I'm not being used in that way. I just want to make that clear. And I don't do personal coaching for free either. So, you know what I mean? I'm very strict with my boundaries like that. Just want to be honest. Right. Anyway, let's get on with the show, people. I've got bits of seed in my teeth now. Like a bird. Right. Okay. So something that gets very, very confusing is what was I saying? Sensual attraction. So sensual attraction is different to sexual attraction, but a lot of people conflate the two together. So sensual attraction is when you feel like you want to touch the person in non-sexual places, for example. Obviously, sexual and sensual can be mixed, but sexual attraction is the need, urge, or want for partner sexual intercourse with someone, or maybe multiple people, right? But sensual attraction is when you have a need, urge, or desire to touch them. For example, to stroke their hair, to stroke their shoulders, maybe legs. Some people just want to pat someone. They like tapping people on the shoulder. It depends like whether you like them sensually in a romantic way or non-romantic way as well. And if you're sensual with sexual attraction, or if you're a sexually attracted person, you'll probably see sensual touching as a sexual thing. So you could be with an asexual person who likes sensuality, who's sensually attracted to you, who likes touching you in certain places but doesn't want sex. Now, traditionally, heterosexuals would take that as, oh, she's given me signs that she wants sex with me. But do not make that mistake with asexuals, right? You need to ask an asexual person specifically what they want. You know, so you need to ask an asexual person like what their wants, their needs are, how their asexuality affects them in a relationship. And someone says, to be clear, I found you cool, as mentioned, I just want to see you in person. All right, thank you for being clear on that. I appreciate that. I like people who are clear with clarity. Right, let's get back to the sensual now. So sensual, like I said, is when you feel like the urge, need, or want to touch someone. You like want to touch them sensually, right? So I experience sensual attraction, but only with a guy's upper body. So I like touching a guy's hair, running my fingers through it. I don't like beards or facial hair. I've said that before on this channel. Really don't like that at all. I don't even like chest hair on a guy. So I like, you know, to be able to stroke a guy's hair and stroke his shoulders. And then, do you know what I mean? And then this type of thing. This is his upper body. So I like this, right? In a relationship, so I'm not talking about dating scenario, I'm talking about in an actual serious committed relationship. I don't mind kissing a guy's chest with his top off. Right, but not below the waist, because I'm sensually attracted to the guy's upper part of the body. I don't actually mind kissing his nipples, which is, you know, I'm not interested in a guy kissing my nipples. I don't want a guy touching my boobs, right? I'm very strict about that. So it's interesting. I don't mind kissing a guy's nipples, but I'm not interested in a guy doing anything with my nipples. I'm being very explicit here because I'm just like, do you know what I mean? Because there's a lot of stereotypes where people think you like, you know, like only guys can do that type of thing to women, right? So in a serious committed relationship, I don't mind doing something like that because I have some sensual attraction from the guy's upper body, but I'm not interested below the waist, right? So I like stroking his hair, his little earlobe sometimes, going like that on his nose, kissing his nose. Obviously, I like a lot of kissing because I'm a hyper kisser. So in a serious committed relationship, I'll be kissing for a very long period of time. Tongue kissing I like, right? So it's essential, part of the sensual thing for me. But also, I can't kiss a guy I'm not aesthetically attracted to, right? So I've had some, for example, I'll go back to Indian guys, because obviously I'm attracted mostly to Indian guys, but I'm attracted to other foreign guys as well. If an Indian guy has got a beard usually, I can't usually kiss him because I'm not aesthetically attracted to him, because I'm quite beard repulsed. However, there was one exception last year, in the summer where I did actually kiss an Indian guy for the first time ever that had a beard because he was cute. But later on, after I've been kissing him for quite a long time, it's about an hour and a half, I think, I started to feel his beard on me, getting bristly on my face, and it was making my face hurt. It was going red and it was really hurting my face. So I couldn't sustain that in a relationship or long-term dating. It would just be awful for me. That's why usually I don't like beards. Beards are quite repulsive usually anyway. I just don't like facial hair. Don't like chest hair on a guy either, but I sometimes have to put up with that. But most of the guys I've actually been in a relationship with have no chest hair or very little, which is amazing. And a lot of guys, they don't like it if they got a hairy chest. So they see that as a weakness, but I'm actually like, that's your greatest strength. Some guys think they look too young without a beard. I'm like, yeah, but I like that. I'm not interested in being with an older guy. I'm not interested in that. It doesn't attract me. I'm not interested in big, hairy guys. I'm not, I prefer like even nerdy guys, you know, skinny guys. I'm not skinny, but I like kissing and massaging hair and scalp. Very interesting. So right, anyway. So sensual attraction, like I said, is about touch. Some people talk about sensual in terms of sounds, ASMR. So this is the sounds people make. So when I eat, sometimes I make a lot of yummy food sounds. So if you go back and watch some of my yummy foods videos, you'll see what I mean. But anyway, I get very like in bliss when I'm eating. So some people talk about sensual attraction as in the sounds of someone, like maybe the accent, smells of someone, all this type of thing can come under sensual attraction, or I much usually think about it being touch, physical touch. If you've ever done or never done, actually, sorry, I mean, if you've never done the quiz, you should take it at lovelanguages.com. So go to lovelanguages.com and you can take a quiz there usually for either a romantic relationship or a friendship and find out what your love languages are. Now, when you're in a relationship, you need to be giving people, like the partner, what they want in a relationship, but in the love language that they receive it and want it. So my love language, top love language, number one is quality time. Quality time is my top love language, right? And then the next two is words of affirmation and physical touch. So that's interesting, isn't it? I'm asexual that needs physical touching, but I don't need to be touched in sexual places. I don't like that. But I do need a lot of kissing, a lot of holding hands, a lot of like hugging, cuddling. I need a lot of physical touch, which can, obviously, if there's an avoidant, it's not really good for me because they can like find that stifling or too needy and, you know, like too much, right? But getting the right person who's into that too, it would make them really, really happy. I was in a long-term relationship with a British guy, actually, and he used to love all that stuff as much as me. So I never had to worry about that. It was never too much. It was just a case of we both wanted it and both loved that together. That was a good thing about that relationship in terms of kissing and everything. Never had to worry about anything like that. I was always secure with him in that way. Not secure in that, well, he was not good to me. He didn't treat me well in other ways. But if I'm just looking at a good thing, do you know what I mean? So we'd always be kissing and everything, and it was part of everyday life for us. And in theme parks, we'd be waiting at theme park. We'd be waiting in the theme park in the queue, and we'd be kissing. We'd be kissing on the rides. We'd be kissing on buses and trains, and I love that. So I hope if I ever do get into a relationship again, I end up with that type of thing, because I don't want to settle for anything less. I'm not a person who likes to be hidden away, just kissing in private. That would just. I have actually split up with a guy because that was a foreign guy. Actually, he wouldn't hold my hand in public. He'd say it was for his religious reasons, and I don't actually believe that. But anyway, in any case, it might have been, and I'm not interested in that. If that's the way it is, fine, but that's not the guy for me, you know? So I think you have to be very crystal clear when getting into a relationship what really matters to you, right? If you're a person who does need sex, want it, like it, need it, you can't live without it, then be honest about that with yourself and don't be with an asexual sex repulsed person. I don't think you should be. Some people think that if you're asexual and heterosexual, for example, you should just make it work no matter what if you're in love. No, compatibility is really, really important. Compatibility in any relationship is really important, right? If a guy was with me in a relationship, he would need to be happy with being without sex forever. And if he can't go without that, if he literally can't be with that, I don't want him to be with me. I want him to just not be interested in me and to go with other women. I'd rather him be happy with other women and me happy on my own being single than ever in a position like that where we're both not getting our needs met and we're not compatible fully, you know? So it's not healthy for either person. That can become very unhealthy after a long period of time, right? So I think it's very, very important that we understand each other and our own needs. I know I need kissing in a relationship. I'm a hyper kisser, right? I'd rather be single forever than be with someone who can't do much kissing because I feel like a caged animal. And I'm being honest. I'm a person who's asexual, but very, very open and honest about their sexuality and their sensuality and their needs. So if you go to lovelanguages.com, you can do the test to see what your love languages are. And if you meet someone as a friend or potential relationship, you can then see if that person would be suitable for a connection, a relationship with you, if you've got the same love languages. If not, it's going to be harder. So say there's acts of service and gifts. That's what they love. That's their love language. Then you would need to do acts of service and give them gifts because that's how they receive love and what they want, right? See, but if you're a person who doesn't want to do acts of service, for example, with me, I am physically not able to like really do much housework. I don't want to be doing housework and cooking and cleaning for a guy, which would be acts of service. So if a guy's really into acts of service, I probably wouldn't be suitable for him. Unless this acts of service was like giving him kisses. So where are you from? I'm from Exeter in the UK. I don't like someone touching my torso at first instant. Well, that's good. It's very important you know what you like and dislike. Do you know what I mean? What is it? What is what? So we're talking about sensuality now. Asexuality is the main topic of discussion, which is a sexual orientation based on the lack of sexual attraction. But asexuals can experience attraction in other ways. And one of the ways some asexuals can experience sensual attraction, not sexual. Obviously, I have explained there are pure asexuals that don't experience any sexual attraction. There are some grey asexuals that can and do experience sexual attraction, but only under limited, rare, specific circumstances, or they experience it, but not enough to want to act on it. But some asexuals don't experience any attractions. Others can experience different types of attractions without it being sexual. So in terms of my attractions I can have up to 8 attractions for guys, right? And usually I can have the most attractions, as it happens, for Indian guys. But I also get attracted to Bangladeshi, Sri Lankan, Middle Eastern. And I live in the UK and love living in the UK, right? Someone says in chat, I love holding hands in public, hugging regularly, kissing passionately. I don't care who's watching and who isn't. Very interesting. Well, that's good. I think it's good to have freedom and be yourself in life. So, when you coming back on EastEnders? When am I coming back on EastEnders? Was I on EastEnders? That's interesting. I'd love to know what episode I was in. I have been in Torchwood. I'm diverting now. I've been in Torchwood Series 1, Episode 13, called End of Days, running away from a monster in Cardiff city centre. I was paid acting work. It's still on YouTube. You can find me on the trailer. I was in a white PVC jacket, looking a bit thinner then. It's great fun. I was literally screaming. I didn't get to meet Jack Harkness, though, or any of the crew. They were filmed separately. But no, I have not been in EastEnders. Not unless somehow they've seen my asexual channel and decided to put me on in the background, which would be quite cool, wouldn't it? Let me know if I've been on there and I didn't know it. It'd be great. I got told at age 15 to go to acting school, but I never did because I was too shy back then. Can you imagine? So there's nothing wrong with experiencing attraction. It's just how you act on it and knowing how and what you feel. So, right, okay. Let's get back to this. Right, okay. So, let's talk. I got very sidetracked with someone saying a comment about EastEnders. So anyway, so I can experience up to 8 different types of attractions. Now, I have done an 8 attraction video series, 8 asexuality attractions, or video series on this channel. You can find it on my homepage. And so it basically shows you different types of attractions and what they mean. And some people have all over body sensual attraction where they just like touching, like every part of the person. Other people can just have it in specific ways. They like to do that. So it's always best with whatever types of attraction is that you ask the person, about themselves and get to understand what their attractions mean for them and get to understand what asexuality means for them. Because asexuality is based on lack of sexual attraction, but all asexuals are different. So different asexuals have different comfortabilities in terms of touch. Some asexuals, like Huxter said earlier, are not sex repulsed like me. They are sex positive. They do have sex, right? Usually on the more sexual end of the asexual spectrum, grey asexuals, for example. But they do have, some of them do have sex. And I personally don't. I haven't had sex since 2011, thank God. I'm not interested in ever having it again. I celebrate that. That's a good thing for me. But it's very important that we understand that every asexual is different. So if you are on a dating site and you come across an asexual, ask them how their asexuality impacts their relationships and what type of thing they like, what sort of intimacy they like. Like sharing deep secrets is intimacy, right? That's a form of intimacy. And, just emotionally connecting with someone on a deep level can be intimacy. Do you know what I mean? There can be lots and lots of different types of intimacy. People just see like sex as intimacy, but sex can be one form of intimacy that some people like to do. And other times it's not really intimate at all. It's just a physical, biological thing. Do you know what I mean? That is intimate and sensual, sharing your genitalia with someone. I'm not interested in that as an asexual person. I don't find it appealing. I'm not interested. And so for me, I like a guy's face and frame, not below the waist. I always say I like a guy's face, not below the waist. That's kind of my motto, yeah? And so I can experience like sensual attraction, aesthetic attraction, romantic attraction, intelligence attraction, clothes attraction, creative attraction, spiritual attraction, intellectual attraction. So they're all like different types of attractions I can feel for different guys. And I don't experience usually all of them for the same guy, but I can do with an Indian guy sometimes. They're about the only ones I can actually experience a full range of sometimes. But usually it's like just a lot more. I know I could experience up to that for an Indian guy, for example. Doesn't mean to say I'm going to. Usually I have aesthetic attraction, some romantic attraction. Depends if what they do is intelligent. Like I love coders, guys that can code websites. I find that very intellectually stimulating and attractive, right? There's that song, like, what is it? Talk dirty to me, baby. I'm not interested in that because I'm asexual, but I'm like, talk code to me, baby, because I love a guy who can code. I find it very stimulating in an asexual way. I just like different things. So I think it's important to be able to analyze yourself and find out what ways you're attracted to different people, and to be able to know and understand your needs, what you like, what you dislike, what you want, what you don't want, and do you know what I mean, to just like give yourself time on your asexual journey to really understand yourself. If you're a person who's like on the dating scene, don't just expect everyone to be heterosexual. Like, ask them, if you come across an asexual person, what does your asexuality mean for you? Like, do you experience any attraction? Like, because a lot of asexuals, they don't like kissing. They're not even interested in kissing. They're, you know what I mean? A lot of asexuals just like a peck on the cheek or a cuddle. They prefer cuddling much more. I'm very different in that regards. Hi from Birmingham. Hello, Kenneth. Just a suggestion. Your skin breaks out. Change your food. Thanks for that. I have a lot of food allergies and intolerances, in case you didn't know. So I can't actually eat very much. And as you may have not known lately, I've got gastroenteritis. So I'm still actually recovering from that, which is no laughing matter. It's very, very serious. So I'm very restricted in what I can eat. So if that's all you've got to say to me on that subject, yeah. Very interesting. So I have a little food. I genuinely have a lot of food allergies and intolerances. Barely eat anything. Like, you know what I mean? I have allergies to sugar, refined sugars, wheat, spelt, the alternative to wheat, MSG, intolerant to gluten, lactose. I'm actually allergic to dairy. Yeast I can't have. Anything fermented I can't have. Can't have apples. Can't have beef tomatoes. I'm allergic to 3 different types of berries. And I just get more and more allergies because my immune system's pretty screwed. But I've had gastroenteritis in the last, I'm still fully recovering from that. Like, I can't eat as much as I would usually eat. I can't even eat a lot of fruit at the moment, which is really bad. So, yeah. So, yes, I live in the UK. Yeah, it's not a laughing matter, Kenneth. It's really bad. I put some coconut oil on my face. That's why it's red. In the shower, I put coconut oil. It's fine the first time I put it on, but I've probably reacted to it. Plus, I'm a bit warm on my face. But I've actually got a t-shirt on. So, yeah. So, I do have skin problems. I even did a short video, which it looks like I got another allergy. I've done a hair follicle test, and it says I'm allergic to a lot of plants as well. Got sensitivity. So, I had to stop eating broccoli, which is actually very good for you, technically speaking. But I started itching, so with that. And then chamomile tea, which is good for my digestion, I thought, and tummy. I had to stop having that because I got sensitivity to that. Plums I had to stop eating because I got sensitivity to that. So it's just very, very, very difficult. So usually I eat fish, vegetables, chicken and turkey. That's why I eat, and potatoes. That's my main staple, which isn't bad food. I don't eat any fried food. Don't even own a frying pan. I'm trying to think, do I know I gave the last one away, I think. But I don't even fry food. I don't even use any pots and pans on the stove. I stick everything in a tinfoil tray. So, yeah, it's really bad. Really, really, really bad. And the gastroenteritis does cause me skin issues as well, but I've had a lot of problems. So you're lucky I can do this live stream. But it's only by carefully controlling everything I'm eating. It's really bad. I usually like fruit salads and stuff. I'm barely eating any fruit at the moment because it's setting me off. Naked bars that I usually have, which are pressed fruit and nuts, I'm not been eating them either. At the moment, I've got some of these, gluten-free. We were talking about this, you know what I mean? So, yeah. So, it's a pain trying to eat anything, really bad. But I don't eat bad stuff. I just have loads of allergies, and I got an autoimmune, like fibromyalgia is an autoimmune condition. But I actually have damaged my lining of my stomach years ago. So I have a gastroenteritis, a really bad case of it recently, which I thought I'd get over, that came back with a vengeance. So on Tuesday to Wednesday, I had 12 hours of pounding pain throughout the night. Had to call the doctor in the morning. It was horrible. Do you know what I mean? Horrible, pounding tummy. And then I actually, I thought it was better, but, that happened. So it's awful. The doctor wants to test me, but the timing's not right for the test at the moment for bacteria in my gut. But anyway, I damaged the lining of my stomach years ago because of gastroenteritis. I got gastroenteritis in 2013, ended up going to Bristol Hospital a couple of days later because I got gastritis as a result of gastroenteritis. And yeah, I ended up on 8 tablets a day by the doctor with a damaged lining of my stomach. So my digestive system doesn't work properly. I have to take digestive enzymes just to eat anything, usually every day. I still take them now, but I've got all the problems. It was awful over a couple of weeks ago now. I mean, literally my whole stomach was being shedded with tadpoles and blood bits in it. It's disgusting. I don't recommend it to anyone. So yeah. So if my skin's not great, you know why, unfortunately. It is what it is, you know. Lucky to be alive and still functioning at all. I like your hair. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's one of my favourite things about myself is my hair, and I'm really happy you focused on the positive instead of saying something about my skin breaking out. So really, yes, I have actually got little spots on my arms, which I've tried to exfoliate, but it's not really working. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm just a big ball of allergic reaction, unfortunately. Don't want to say anything. Love listening. You can't wait to meet you if you allow. I'm not going to decide that at the moment until I know more about you. But thank you. Yeah, stomach pain's really bad, Kenneth. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's definitely no laughing matter. Always be careful when you come on someone's channel what you say to them, you know, because it can be very insulting and rude. And also if they're going through trauma, like it's traumatic, you know what I mean? I literally ate on Tuesday night. It was straight away after I ate, pounding tummy pain. It was all night. I was awake all night and had to call the doctor just after 8 on Wednesday morning. Awful. And since then, I haven't been able to eat fully. I'm eating more than I was, but I can't eat a lot of stuff. I'm just like hurting my stomach with, you know, a lot of the stuff I'm eating. It's dreadful. So I've had food allergies. I have food allergies since 15 years old that I know of. I used to be nearly a chocoholic. So at 15 years old, I went to a homeopath because I was having headaches, stomach pains, and I was really poorly. But he told me that I was allergic to sugar. But at 16 years old, I didn't listen. Then 19, I did a part-time job after I left college, 3 hours a day, and I would go with a really bad headache. My tummy was like feeling like it was stinging the whole time. And, you know, every time I ate like apple pie and stuff, because it's sugar, I didn't, you know, and I was ignoring the fact I was allergic to sugar. I used to get tightness over my head, feeling really dizzy and stuff like that. And when I went back to the homeopath at 19, he was a really good one. He said, you're really allergic to sugar. You need to stop eating it now. And I used to get all the latest chocolate bars, and then I just stopped. And I've not consciously had sugar ever again. But in 2012, the year of the Olympics, I went to London. And I went to my favourite Thai restaurant, and they usually know me and remember me year after year. They think I live in London, but I don't. I told them once, like, I thought you lived here. I'm like, no. They remember it every time because they have to do something, change the menu for me to how I need it to be. And because I can't have egg and stuff like that as well. And they often put egg in these types of dishes, sometimes like egg fried rice. I don't have rice anymore usually. I've got a problem with rice nowadays. I can have some rice noodles, and I was able to eat the rice in Nando's. But last time I had Nando's, I had an issue. But I think it's just because I got gastro symptoms still. But like I became a kind of allergic to a lot of rice stuff, like rice cakes and rice puffs. I started having problems with massive itching, so I had to stop them and give them up. Like, I won't be able to eat anything soon. It's a dreadful time. Don't worry, we're going to send you an email soon. Sorry, I have a BA in pharmacology. You have a BA in pharmacology. Good luck with trying to sort me out. Yeah, I have to do a lot of. I have to take natural health supplements just to live, because I can't have I'm allergic to a lot of medications. And I think I had antibiotics recently, so I've had lots of illness. I had a nasal infection, then I had an eye infection. Might still have a little lump here. And it went down the side of my face. So I had to have antibiotics, which then damaged my esophagus even more. So, like I said, in 2013, I went to, I had gastroenteritis. Then a few days later, I went to work meeting. I was working for an employer as a manager then. And I had a work meeting in Bristol. And then literally I I know I'm going off the tangent of this topic at the moment. I went to a work meeting and literally I ate food. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't even stand up to go to the toilet. That's why they had to get an ambulance and take me to Bristol Hospital. And then they said, you've got gastritis as a result of gastroenteritis. I ended up on 8 tablets a day by the doctor. Come March, April time, the following year, 2014, I was having regurgitation. This is how horrible it is. Regurgitation, chest pain every time I ate. Burping, all the gross stuff that comes with gastroenteritis. So basically it's like having it permanently. And I got a really big rash up my neck. So I became allergic to the medications and I had to come off them. So then I replaced them with digestive enzymes. I worked it out myself, right? Digestive enzymes in place of all the 8 tablets. And I've been going along happily having it, right? For 10 years, right? 2014 to 2024. Then I see a homeopath for a skin problem that the doctors couldn't solve, right? That's why I did the hair follicle test and found I was allergic, sensitive to more foods because, they test for stuff. So I'm a big believer in alternative medicine and stuff, which you might not be as a pharmacologist. But anyway, it works for me a lot of the time. So I had 3 doctors that saw me 4 times for skin issues, right? But they said it looked like cat bite. I didn't have a cat, Anyway, I think some of it was mold spores. And anyway, they kept coming up with folliculitis. And then one doctor said, it doesn't look like folliculitis, don't know what it is. Anyway, they couldn't solve the issue. So I went to a homeopath in Exeter. My old homeopath, they were a husband and wife. Husband's no longer in life and the wife doesn't do it anymore. So I found this meant to be reputable homeopath in Exeter. But she gave me, I know it's got nothing to do with asexuality, but anyway, I'm going to tell you, because it's my asexual life and I share my asexual life journey on this channel. She gave me polycontra, right? And I didn't ask her for this, right? I asked her to solve my skin issue. She gave me polycontra, which I found out it's 13 hormones mixed together. And after that, my digestive system screwed back up again. I've been fine taking 2 digestive enzymes all that time. And then it completely screwed it up. And it's been screwed ever since. I cannot get it back to the homeostasis, if you like that technical word, that it was in. I have to take 3 digestive enzymes now. Now, also, you could say parallel to this, I used to have a product called Hylac, which was good bacteria. Had it since I was 15 years old, so I have a low immune system. When I was 4 to 5 years old, I had literally every illness nearly comprehensible. My mum said, I was basically off school for nearly a whole first year of school because my mum said I was getting every illness. So it's clear I've got an autoimmune condition, but I had a forceps birth and, and all that lot. So it might have something to do with it. It's on my medical records. Within 3 weeks of being born, I had a milk rash. I'm allergic to milk, the protein in milk. So I've always had a weak immune system. So it's 15 years old. I took this product called Hylac. Absolutely incredible. Even when I was a manager, I didn't have any time off work for 3.5 years. Because this product was that good. And I took it during COVID. And I never got COVID when it was actually the peak time of COVID, right? But I even started selling this product myself on eBay. And I started getting regular customers. And then all of a sudden, the manufacturer, after all those years, stopped distributing it. They don't make an alternative. I can't get hold of it anymore. There's another Hylac, but there's bacteria in that one. This is orange cover. I can't have that. It makes me ill. There's different bacteria in there, different probiotics. I can't have them. It makes me have tummy pain and make me really ill. So I can't have those strains. But the Hylac, the pure Hylac, not the Hylac HE, that I can have it. And they've stopped doing it. And I've never been able to... I have probiotics and prebiotics now. But I'm having to have, I pay a lot of money for Gut Love, but it doesn't really fully work clearly. I paid for Simprove. That didn't work. It's meant to be effective for, nearly everyone. I got gastro problems with that. And then I've been on Gut Love for months. I pay a premium price for that on subscription. That doesn't work. I got the gastro symptoms since then, the recent ones. And I now have to have a kid's prebiotic on top of the other prebiotic. And I've still got issues. Because I believe it is a bacterial problem in my gut. I've learned quite a lot about good bacteria and stuff. But But my stomach line's damaged since 2013. So it doesn't work effectively. My digestive system doesn't work. If it's the stomach line's damaged, then obviously not all my nutrients are absorbed. And it means that obviously, things are getting through the gut that shouldn't be. So I don't get my proper nutrition. It's my personal opinion. But yeah, so, it is the way it is. And having gastroenteritis this time has really been really severe for me. I mean, it was so severe when I first got it. literally the shedding of the lining of my stomach, and there was black bits and bits of blood, and so it's horrible. It's disgusting. So have you ever tried omeprazole? Yes, I have omeprazole. It was part of one of the 8 tablets a day by the doctor. I come off all that because omeprazole actually suppresses the reflux. It doesn't actually solve the root cause of the problem, which is often caused by SIBO, which is small intestinal bacteria overgrowth. So yes, I used to take omeprazole. It did work in terms of reflux, but that was one of the tablets I was on with a load of other tablets. And homeopathy has worked for me in the past. Homeopathy has worked, which is why I went to the one in Exeter, but she was no good. She actually lied to me as well, because I told her I can't have sugars, any refined sugars, not at all. She gave me a product, and I texted her and said, I think there's sugar in this because I'm experiencing all the allergic reaction symptoms that I experience with sugar. No, right? Then I found the tablet she gave me online. This was a different one, not the Polycontra. And I said, is this where you got them from? I said, because it does have sugar in it. It has dextrose. I think it was dextrose. And she's like, oh yeah, I must have just had a dizzy spell, like, with my mind then. That's why I had a reaction to it, because I'm allergic to sugar. I can always tell. And in 2012, when I went to London and it was Olympics on, in my favourite restaurant, one of the chefs put sugar in the food, in the curry paste. But what happened was, when I went on the bus back to the hotel I stayed in, Stratford, I was staying that time, everything was like I was rocking on a ship. It was awful. I was so dizzy, and it was like I was rocking backwards and forwards on this ship, and I'm like, something's definitely had sugar in that meal. I went back the next day, and he said, yeah, it had curry paste in it. There's sugar in the curry paste. So yeah. Yeah, I can have natural sugars, but not refined sugars. But also, I'm worried that I've got problems with sugar because I am allergic to sugar, and I'm worried that I've actually got problems with fruit sugar because at the moment I'm reactive to sugars. I'm not having much fruit, which I love. If you look on this video at my channel, I usually have fruit salad, which is bananas, kiwis, and pears in orange juice. If I can't have bananas unless they're in orange juice, can't digest them, burping all the time. But I get low blood sugar as well, so I do have to have natural sugars. So I have been having like half a glass of fruit juice or half a mug of fruit juice. That's basically all I've been having. But I do get low blood sugar. I was really dizzy in the shower the other day because of low blood sugar. So it's a major problem for me at the moment. I need to eat more fruit, but like every time I do it, I start getting like worse in my digestive system again. But I'm allergic to. But yeah, homeopathy worked really well for me before when I did it with 15. The guy and the husband and wife, they were originally nurses for the NHS, and he had his own clinic at Wales, and he solved problems doctors couldn't solve. And I take loads of supplements. Even now I take iodine. I take kelp. I don't have, because years ago I had low thyroid. And I did all my research to understand that pure kelp that's got a high level of iodine, it restores the TSH level. So I took that in place of hormone replacement therapy. So I have to take that forever as well, just to live. So yeah. Did you find omeprazole made you need a wee a lot more than usual? I haven't taken omeprazole for years. I purposely don't take omeprazole anymore. I haven't taken omeprazole since 2000. I don't think it made me wee more, but basically omeprazole did work. It was like the better than merbedine hydrochloride, which is basically what it is. But you can get cheaper versions that don't work as well. So it did work at the time. But then I ended up on 8 tablets a day because of the gastro problem that damaged the lining of my stomach, and that was one of them. But I know it suppresses and represses it. So it's not actually solving the root cause of the problem. And I don't want to suppress and repress things. I want to get to the root cause of the problem, nail it, get it out. Do you know what I mean? There is one thing that really helps with my gut, but they've changed it. High-level bacteria. Elixir. It's by a guy who makes it in this country, but he's changed the brand. He's put milk in it. I'm like, oh my God. And he says, you have a genuine milk allergy. You're actually allergic because you had a milk rash. You're actually allergic to the protein in milk. So you actually got a proper dairy allergy, proper milk protein allergy. bona fide allergy. So, yeah. I mean, even if I try and attempt a little bit dairy, which I haven't done for a long time, it affects my tummy. So coming back to catching up for a pint of an orange juice on your birthday, yeah, I'm not sure at the moment because I've got problems with my stomach. So I did have orange juice the other day. Jokes apart, what's your favourite dish which you can have in comfort, my lovely? Can you take caffeine? I don't have caffeine. I don't have caffeine. I don't have anything like that. I can't even drink green tea. It gives me stomach pain. Green tea does. If you saw the list on my hair follicle test, everything I got sensitivity to. I got sensitivity to so many plants. It's unreal. And pectin was something that was on there. And I'm like, sugar. We all know what pectin's in. Fruit, don't we? I just keep becoming more and more allergic to stuff. It's a nightmare. But it does say my hair follicle test, these are sensitivities, not necessarily for allergies. So you might be able to reintroduce. But like with broccoli, can have a little bit of it once, second time, start itching usually with it. But I don't have caffeine. I haven't had caffeine for years. I don't need it. I'm hyper enough. Can't you tell? My favourite dish in London is at the Thai restaurant, chicken pad Thai, by the restaurant I go to that I know I'm safe with usually. But again, with my gastro, I'm not sure I am. So I've got to be very careful what I eat. So yeah. Usually I can have a Nando's, but I can't have that at the moment. Okay, let's change the topic. What's your hair care routine? Be careful the guy wanting to take you out. He has a migrant hotel, I think. Oh, right, okay. He has a migrant hotel, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, calling me Rapunzel, which I'm not your Rapunzel. I don't actually like that. Do you know what I mean? I might, I was planning to spend my birthday on my own anyway. So I can't even see his profile. But if you're going to call me stuff like my Rapunzel and stuff like that, like I'm not like in a relationship with you. So calling me my Rapunzel would not be appropriate anyway, because I'm not yours. That sounds like I belong to you. It's probably better if I just spend my birthday on my own, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't know you and I've already got plans. So yeah. I think it's probably better I spend my birthday on my own. So yeah. Anyway, so getting back to asexuality, I wanted to explain that asexuality is lots of different, like lots of different things to different people, but the whole point is we all share something in common, which is basically the lack of sexual attraction. And someone who's pure asexual doesn't get the need, urge, or want for partner sexual intercourse. We don't think like that. And so it's very, very important that if you come across an asexual person, you ask what their asexuality means to them, and you get to understand them on a deep level. Do you know what I mean? Like their personality, their character traits. And if you're a person that does need sex, and like I said, there's a sex repulsed asexual, just don't even think about having a relationship with them or dating them. Just both understand you're not compatible for each other, and that's okay, So it's very, very important that we respect each other, that we understand that people are different, and that we understand that love is love. And you don't have to have sex to love someone. The love isn't sex. But if you do love sex, then don't be with a sex repulsed asexual, go after them, because that's not fair to you or to them. Right? So some asexuals and sexual relationships do work out if the asexual's not sex repulsed, for example, and they're okay with having sex or sex positive, or if they want to do some sexual stuff together. I'm personally not interested in that. And you mean companionship? No, I don't mean companionship. I mean an actual relationship. Kenneth, well, I'm 54 and I don't really get those urges anymore, to be honest. Yeah, someone who's older obviously can lose sexual attraction, can lose libido, will lose sex drive and libido, but that's not the same as asexuality. Just losing like the desire for sex because of an age or because of like an illness or a disability or something like that's not the same as actually being asexual. Someone who's asexual doesn't have that innate need, desire, or want for sex in the first place. It's not within them. It's not because something's happened to them to make them like that or create that. It's literally because they don't feel like that way in the first place. You know what I mean? And no, I don't mean companionship. People think that, oh, if you're not having sex, it's just a companionship. But that's not true. I don't go around kissing my friends, right? I don't understand what you mean by asexual. Well, the whole stream was about asexuality. Asexual is a sexual orientation that's based on the lack of sexual attraction. I'm asexual in sexual orientation. This means I don't get the need, urge, or want for partner sexual intercourse. I still get romantically and aesthetically attracted to guys, so I'm kissing and cuddling, but I don't want sex because I lack sexual attraction. So asexuality is the fifth sexual orientation that most people don't know about. It's a minority sexual orientation. So think of A as absence. So, but it's not the same as losing sexual attraction or being a certain age where you just don't have sex anymore, or you don't have a sex drive anymore. Do you know what I mean? It's not the same as like some people have an accident, for example, it stops them wanting, it stops them able to physically have sex. So that's not, asexuality. Like some people haven't had sex for 2 years, but they're not asexual. They just haven't had the opportunity. So asexuality means you don't get that innate need, desire, etc. So I'm so sorry again if I hurt your sentiments. Kenneth, let's not be judgmental, my friend. I am not a migrant in a hotel. It shows you are judgmental, have extreme views, but I forgive you, mate. Yeah, I mean, the guy who's talking about taking me out, he says he's British Indian, but I don't know him. But obviously, saying, my Rapunzel and stuff like that's not suitable. That's possessive language. It's a red flag, actually. So, you know what I mean? That's not good. That's like ownership, which isn't good. And I'm not even committed to seeing you. Because at the end of the day, I wouldn't see anyone that I hadn't video called with first and felt even remotely comfortable around like that. And at the moment, I have just got my birthday planned out for me. So, yeah. But yeah, Kenneth is making a few judgments and assumptions which he shouldn't be making, including about me as well. Say I'm breaking out, change my food. That's a joke, isn't it? Like, what food will I change it to? Well, let's see. I've got tons of options, haven't I? Not. People, they probably think I eat really bad food because my face is a bit red here. Now, I decided to put some coconut oil on to try it. It's the second time. First time was good. Second time probably had a reaction to the coconut oil. Or it might just be because I'm warm. I'm hot. Feeling hot, hot, hot. It's quite warm in here. I haven't got the heating on though, but people's heating, because I live in the top floor flat, it goes from underneath upwards. Do you know what I mean? So humble. Oh my god. No, I watched a couple of your shorts. Brutal haircut. What's a brutal haircut? My haircut. I like my haircut. My haircut's cool. I personally like my haircut. If you don't like it, that's fine. I'm not here for your pleasure. I'm not here for you to like everything about me. It's cool. So I hope people now understand what asexuality is. And asexuality is also a spectrum ranging from those who are how rude, she's got nice hair. Scroll on. Yeah, I like my hair actually. But it doesn't matter if other people don't like my hair. You know what I mean? I don't care. I love it. One of my favourite things about myself is my hair. So, do you know what I mean? My shorts, excuse me, it's not respectful, my friend. So, shorts video. You watched a couple of my shorts videos. I'm glad you watched a couple of my shorts videos. You and Kenneth are now friends and you're going to go out together, fine. It doesn't bother me. So, yeah. On the spectrum. So, yeah. So, on this channel, just to make you aware, like I do live streams like this, usually not this long, which are educational and chat related. You know, we go off on tangents. And also I do a lot of lifestyle vlogs on a daily basis. So, I share my own asexual life journey in order to help other people in theirs. And I just share lots of bits about my life. So if that sounds like something you're interested in, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you don't miss an episode. And it's just nice, isn't it, to connect throughout the world and chat? Because I think with AI, I like AI as a tool, but I'm very much about authenticity and being real. And I think in a sea of AI, authenticity really stands out. And I think it's very important to connect. You know, there's a lot of disconnection in the world at the moment. I think it's important to actually connect with each other, you know, on a really kind of like chat basis, you know, and just be there. Just think we're all across the globe right now, all having this moment together. And I think it's important to celebrate that love is love. I see so many people like expecting love to look like a certain thing, but love is different to different people. And it's, do you know what I mean? It means different things to different people. But at the end of the day, we're all looking for connection. We're all looking to feel understood and accepted for who we are. And just wanting that, you know, heart to heart, as it were. You're basically documenting your life. Yes, Kenneth, I document all my life. I've been doing it for over 10 years on this channel. Although I didn't start documenting my life. So, not like I do now. Are you in England? Yes, I'm in England, Lemon. I am in Exeter, in Devon, in the UK. So, in case you didn't know, Exeter's a very student city. Student accommodation everywhere. There's more student accommodation being built all the time. So yeah, I'm in Exeter, very cultural, very vibrant city. I like being Exeter. How on earth are you up? Oh yeah, look at the time. Oh, I don't even know the time because I took it off. I don't want my clock ticking. Oh yes, it's 3:45. My usual sleep time is 4 a.m. I wake up at midday. It's my ideal time. So I'm a self-employed author. So that's like what I love to do. So writing is my passion. So this is my Asexual Perspectives book, in case you are new to this channel and new to asexuality. So please do get a copy of this book. I take it you're not a student. No, I'm not a student, but I do act like a student in terms of my lifestyle. I'm a student of life. Actually, I'm a student of Matthew Hussey's, you could say, because I'm in his Love Life coaching club, which I pay for I pay for yearly. So Matthew Hussey is the world's #1 dating, relationship and confidence coach. Like on YouTube, he's got over 3 million subscribers, and I pay for his coaching, his group coaching with his brother and everything. So yeah, and the courses and stuff. So I'm a student of his. Also, delinquently late up in the UK. Yeah, it's asexuality, straight sexuality, isn't it? No, asexuality is a minority sexual orientation. Many people who are asexual call themselves queer. I don't, because I'm only attracted to guys romantically, so I class myself as a straight asexual. But if you say the word straight a lot of the time means sexually attracted to people, well, I'm not sexually attracted to people, but I'm hetero-romantic, so I'm attracted to guys romantically, but not sexually. So I call myself a straight asexual, but I usually don't use that term because it confuses people. But asexuality is part of the LGBTQIA, A standing for asexual and some other things, spectrum, you know? And so it's part of that, but I try to get it recognized as a sexual orientation in its own right, which it is. Because, you know, there's people like me who don't experience any sexual attraction. I'm not bisexual, I'm not trans, I'm not gay. I'm hetero, I'm still attracted to guys, but I just don't have the sexual attraction element. So, yeah. So, yes. So, usually I'm awake till 4 a.m. and then I sleep till midday. But last night, like this morning, I was awake all, no, yesterday now. I was awake till like 10:30, 11 nearly. So yeah, I wrote a book. So I wrote a number of books. This is my Asexual Perspectives book, which is 47 Asexual Stories, Love, Life and Sex, 8 Celebration of Asexual Diversity. So definitely get a copy of that if you're on Amazon. The links are in the description of this channel as well. And then Diary Confessions of a Hyper-Romantic Asexual, 78 Life Lessons to Asexual Life. Oh, I was going to see if I can put these links in chat. But I'd have to move my phone. These are Diary Confessions of a Hyper-Romantic Asexual, 78 Life Lessons to Asexual Life. And I've even done a book about fibromyalgia, which is a chronic pain condition that affects the nerves and muscles of the body. I have this condition. And this is how to manage fibromyalgia, have less pain, more energy, and feel happier like a superhero rock star. And as you can tell, I do have a lot more energy. Why? Because I don't eat a lot of the foods. They're really bad for pain conditions. A lot of the foods I'm allergic to are actually very inflammatory foods for people with fibro. So you could say it's a blessing, but not all my allergies. Like berries are meant to be good for you, but having allergies to berries. Actually, there's a strawberry allergy that runs in my family. I can't believe how judgmental people have become. We were having a great conversation. However, some disruptive people create confusion. I'm feeling guilty myself now. Sorry again. Thank you for your apology. I appreciate it a lot. And now they are gone. Yeah, some people are a bit rude, aren't they? They like to come in and disrupt things, which isn't good. So I'm going to put these... thanks for still being here. I'm going to put these details in chat. So I got myself on my live. Look, I've frozen myself, but it's in the live stream. Like, oh, where are we? Like, I have to do that, otherwise it's just going to repeat. Because this is me. Hello. Oh my gosh. Right, I'm going to put my books in chat now. Like the links for it. So, just in case anyone wants to get my books. But I've got to hold the phone here while I'm doing it. Right. So anyway, this is my Diary Confessions link. Book link. That's the first one. People, Diary Confessions book. So I'm going to put my link to my Asexual Perspectives book. It's a great gift to get yourself for Asexuality, International Asexuality Day. And also, if you're new to asexuality, it's really good because it can help you understand asexuality better. So, yeah, this is my Asexual Perspectives book. There we go. And I got the link to my fibromyalgia book. Let's get that one as well. My asexual books are 2 bestsellers, actually. So, yeah. My Diary Confessions one is actually an international bestseller, not just local bestseller, not just UK-based, which I always find fascinating, which is good. So, yeah, those are all my links to my 3... My camera went off then. It's probably like, you know, running down on battery. So, yeah, those are my 3 books. Check them out. So, I'm going to end the stream because I really should have some more snacks and some protein to eat. And wish you a very happy Asexuality Awareness Day, which has now stopped in the UK. It's now the next day on the 7th of April. I'm really excited because I am running an asexual workshop for X at Pride next month, but it's a lot of work for me to do. So there'll only be 10 places on that asexual workshop. It's a asexual confidence and self-love workshop I'm doing at the Phoenix Centre in my city in Exeter. It's in person on the 9th of May on Exeter Pride Day. So if you're interested in that, do look out for a post about that because registration will be open soon. Actually, the registration's live, but I've just got to get approved by the organizer first. I'm the one who's a workshop manager doing, creating all the workshop, but there's an event manager who's like organizing event people, leaders, workshop leaders, i.e. my manager. So I got to make sure everything's right by them before I actually send the link. So if you want to see me in person, it is a free to attend workshop. There's a limit to 10 places only. This is an asexual workshop for asexual. So if you're not asexual, it's not going to be suitable because it's specifically for asexuals. So yeah, it's going to be amazing. And it's an hour-long workshop from 4 p.m. till 5 p.m. But it's a lot of work for me. You know, I've not done an in-person workshop before. I haven't even done an online workshop. I'm usually just on this channel live streaming and, you know, talking about a multitude of things on this channel. So it's not something I've usually done. I'm better off ad-libbing and just chatting like this about a variety of topics and going off on tangents and doing something structured and controlled. Although I did used to teach for the NHS. So I was a teacher for the NHS, teaching social media for the recovery of mental ill health, actually, for the recovery learning community. So yeah, that's part of the NHS. So I did actually, yeah, I used to teach blogging as an aid to recovery, which is incredible. And someone completely changed their life because of that. Someone went back into nursing because I did that course, because, you know, they came to my course about April, this was years ago, when I worked for the NHS, and they said they hadn't been feeling well, like, you know, they had depression, basically hadn't been feeling well in their mind since July the previous year, and that was the first time they felt good, and they went back because doing the blogging course gave them the confidence back. They then went back into nursing. As far as I know, they're still doing that now. So my course changed their life, you know. So many people think social media is a bad thing, but it can be used for good if you use it in the right way. So I'm very proud of that. So I do have experience of teaching, of creating courses and doing timing and all that sort of stuff. So it's not like I can't do it, but I just, you know, I'm in my element more when I'm live streaming and not worried about managing people in person, if you know what I mean. I've done held asexual meetups for 5 years as well. So it's, you know, I've done that before. So I think it's really good that I've got that experience. I'm looking forward to teaching my first workshop. I think it's incredible for asexuality. Before I go, I think it's absolutely incredible for asexuality. The extra pride have actually approached me because they said they feel that they haven't had enough asexual representation in the past. You know, they haven't done enough in that regard. So that's when they approached me on Instagram and asked me to do it. So I just think this is so good for asexuality. It's so much recognition. It'll be on their website. And I'm just really glad finally that asexuality has becoming a more recognised part of the LGBT plus community. Even though I don't actually class myself as queer, a lot of people do who are asexual. So this is just going to be a really good workshop and really good for asexuality. I'm really proud and positive about this. You know, it's really important to raise awareness of our minority sexual orientation and to just feel so good about it. So, hello to everyone in chat. If you just joined, I am going to go off because I've been live streaming for over 4 hours now. And I think it's time for me to have a rest. My bedtime is usually 4 a.m. in the UK, and it's now it's 4 minutes to 4 a.m. But I need to go and eat something, I think, because my blood sugar level is getting a bit low. But I hope you've enjoyed this asexuality awareness, well, Asexuality Day, International Asexuality Day, actually, special live stream with Q&A. If you missed it, if you just joined, go back and watch the replay, because as soon as I end this live stream, it will be up. So you know, so slowly accepting LGBTQA. Yeah, I'm really, yeah, because a lot of the time asexuals feel left out of the asexual community. They think it's, you know, we get ignored. That's what a lot of people, for me, it doesn't bother me because I'm heteroromantic. I'm attracted to guys romantic. I'm like a straight asexual. It doesn't really bother me because I don't feel like I fit in totally there in terms of I'm still attracted to guys, but just romantically. You know, I'm not bi or pan or trans. You know what I mean? But for people who do identify as not just asexual, but like biromantic, for example, so attracted to multiple genders, panromantic or anything like that, I think it is very difficult because they feel left out. And so for me, it's just like really important that we do get the recognition because I represent I don't represent every asexual. No, I'm not the same as every asexual, but I do represent the asexual voice, if you know what I mean. But the work I do on this channel and on my platform across, you know, this is where I'm the most. I'm usually on here more than any other platform. And so I just feel it's an honor and a really good thing. And I got a bit tearful when I was doing the video call with the event organizer, because I just feel so proud to represent asexuals and asexuality at this event, you know, Extra Pride. It's just going to be really good recognition for asexuality. And I just, you know, any opportunity to get more recognition for asexuality is just a beautiful thing, you know, because it is a minority sexual orientation. We are underrepresented, and it's important to get our voice out in the world. So, yeah. Anyway, if you want to know more about me, don't forget to check out my profile. It does say what I do. It's got my links to my everything else, but you can tell from my channel what I do. Check out my shorts videos. Check out my other live streams. Check out my homepage. And yeah, you know, one person's asking me, what are you doing for your life? I'm here on this channel. I'm a best-selling author, speaker, coach. That's what I'm doing with my life, and been helping asexuals for over a decade now. So yes. Anyway, check out my links. Don't forget, grab copies of my books on Amazon. Go to the links, check out the books, go and grab copies of them. And I'll see you soon on the next video or live stream. Take care, lots of love, stay ace, and I'll see you soon. Bye. Thanks for being here. Thanks, everyone.